Hi, welcome to your Learn to Knit kit. Before we get started, I just want to introduce myself because you won't be seeing my face very much during this video, and just run through how the kit actually works. So I'm Kayleigh and I'm going to be with you throughout all of the videos showing you how to knit, and at the end of it you'll end up with a pair of socks. So the way it works is that there are a series of lessons which I recommend you run through in order. There are timestamps below in the description box and on a piece of paper in your knit kit as well, so you can jump to the bits that you need to, or just make a note of where you are, and it means you can pause and rewind, replay as many times as you need to get a hang of a particular stitch. Occasionally you will hear this noise, and that means that there is some text on the screen. So if you do hear the noise, I recommend you just look up and see what it says. It might be an extra piece of information, it might be telling you to go get a biscuit, so you don't want to miss little tidbits like that, because who wants to miss out on biscuits? Apart from that, I just wanted to thank you for joining me and purchasing my knit kit. I'm really excited to have you here with me, and enjoy yourself. It is quite a long video, so take it as take as much time as you need. Just keep coming back to it, and of course I can't wait to see your finished projects or any progress shots. So just send me all the pictures, that would be really great. Apart from that, yeah, I will see you in the first video. So this is the lesson I recommend you start at if you've never knit before. I'm going to go through the two main stitches, knit and purl, which we'll be using both of when we make our socks. It's just going to be a good way to get used to the stitches before jumping into the project, so you know what you're doing, and then it doesn't come as a surprise when I'm using all of these different terms for the actual sock project. So out of your knit kit you'll need your set of 5 double pointed needles, of which you're only going to need 2, so you can take 2 of those out and you can put the rest aside for now. You will need your practice yarn, you will need these 2 little elastic bands, which are just going to make your life easier. I'll show you how in a second, and a pair of scissors, which aren't included in your kit, but I figure most people have a set of scissors floating around their house somewhere. So when you're knitting normally, you would knit probably with 2 straight needles. They wouldn't be double pointed needles, they'd have an end on them. That would be so your yarn doesn't fall off. I've not included a set of these in your kit because they're not needed for sock knitting, and we've already got the 2 sets of needles in the kit, so I didn't want to go overboard. So instead of having needles with flat ends, this is where the elastic bands come into play. We can just wrap the elastic bands a few times around the end of a needle, and that kind of creates a false end. It means your stitches won't slip off. There we go. So just move those because we're not going to need those for a little while. Next, pick up your little ball of yarn and find the end. Hopefully it's pretty obvious. I should have tucked it in, so you'll just have to untuck it and pull the end out. I'm then going to go ahead and throw my ball of yarn on the floor because it's going to end up there anyway. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do is cast on. There are multiple ways of casting on, but the way that we're going to learn and the way that we're going to use for the socks is called a long tail cast on. It's going to look a little complicated. It might take you a couple of practices, but honestly I think it's the easiest, the quickest, and the best way to cast on, especially for socks, because it does also end up a little bit stretchier. Okay, so we're going to do the long tail cast on. You just need one of your needles, so just put one to the side for now, and keep hold of the other. Now, it's going to look a little tricky, I guess, because there's a few movements, but we will go through it and see what happens. And I will go through it a few times, so don't panic if you don't get it the first time round. Okay, so for about 15 stitches, just take a length of the yarn. Mine here is about 50 centimetres, and then I double it, so I end up with a long loop of yarn. Then take the needle that you're using and put it through that loop and keep hold of it with your thumb. You don't need that slipping around, so just keep hold of it. Then with your other hand, you're going to take hold of these two tails of yarn with these 3 fingers. Okay, so go ahead and grab those 2 tails of yarn with 3 fingers and leave these 2 to do all the work. Okay, so now you can see you should have something like this. Next, I'm going to put my pointy finger, my index finger, through the 2 legs of the yarn, and my thumb's also going to go through there, so I end up with a triangle like this. Okay, so make sure you're keeping hold of this on the needle, and just turn your fingers around like that. So you kind of end up with a V. You've got a loop around your thumb, a loop around your finger, and a V there. Then take the point of the needle and hook it under the yarn that's around your thumb. Then go over to the yarn that's by your finger and hook it around that too. Then you've created a loop, and you're going to bring the needle through that loop and let go of the loop that's round your thumb. You can pull it tight-ish and you end up with 2 stitches on your needle. Okay, so let's do that again. Take the 2 tails of yarn in these 3 fingers of your hand, keep hold of those, 4th finger through there and thumb through there. Twist your hand around, keep hold of the stitches so you don't pull them off the end of the needle. Take the point of the needle and put it under the yarn that's on your thumb, then bring it round and loop it round the yarn that's around your finger. Then you've got that loop that you can bring through. Let it drop off your thumb, pull it tight, and now you've got 3 stitches on the needle. Okay, hopefully you're getting on alright. What I'm going to do is just take these 3 stitches off. I'm going to start again, just in case you've not kept up, because it is a bit tricky to keep your head, or yeah, to keep your head. It is a bit tricky to keep a calm head. Keep a calm head? You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, let's try again. So you want your 2 strands of yarn with your loop at the end, so it's doubled in half basically. I'm going to need a little bit longer than that if I want to do a bunch of stitches. So it's about 1 metre folded in half. You've got your loop. Stick your needle through that loop and keep hold of it. Now take the 2 tails of yarn in these 3 fingers and keep hold of that. You don't want it too tight because you are going to be wanting it to come out. You don't want it so tight that you can't pull the yarn around, but it just keeps out of the way, keep it loose-ish. Just keeps it nice and usable. Okay, 1 finger through between the 2 tails of yarn and your thumb through there as well, so you've got your triangle. Flip your fingers over so you've got your finger on the needle still keeping hold of that yarn, and you've now got a loop by your thumb and a loop that's going around your finger. Okay, so take the point of the needle and hook it underneath the yarn that's around your thumb, and then bring it over to the yarn that's around your finger, wrap it round, and then you're coming back through the loop that's you've made with your thumb. Okay, so then you've got your first 2 stitches on your needle, so keep hold of those and we'll carry on. So take hold of the tails, forefinger through, thumb through, twist it round, needle under that loop, needle around that leg of yarn, and then bring it back through the loop and drop it off your thumb, and you've got 3 stitches. So I'll do a few more slowly and then I will speed up it because you're not going to want to watch me do it all at that pace. You can then work at your own pace. Okay, so needle through that loop, needle around that leg of yarn and bring it back through the loop that you've created, drop the yarn off your thumb, and there's another stitch. So I've now got 6 stitches on my needle. Don't do it too tightly. If you're finding it's become really tight, it'll end up not being able to slide on the needle, and that just makes it very difficult to use further on. So try and keep it nice and loose. Okay, so I'm going to carry on and I'm going to do 15 to 20 stitches. I'm not quite sure yet. I'll see how many fit on and then I'll let you know. So I've got 5, 10, 15, and just to keep it nice and round, 20. There we go. It doesn't actually matter too much for this because this is just your practice piece. There aren't going to be any particular patterns that you need to worry about. As long as we've got the stitches on there, that's fine. So what did I say? 5, 10, no, let's count. 5, 10, 15, yeah, I've got 20 stitches on there. Okay, so now we've cast on, we can learn the first stitch, the knit stitch, which in the pattern that is in your kit is just a K. When it says K1, that means knit 1, or whatever the number is, you knit that amount of stitches. So this is the basic stitch that you use to knit. So you take the needle that's got all of the stitches on in your left hand. I kind of hold mine like a knife, I guess. And your other needle with no stitches in your right hand, with the point inwards and the rubber bands outwards. Okay, so just want to keep that tail out of the way. You don't want to accidentally knit with it. Mine's very short, so I wouldn't get very far anyway, but that's always a pain. And it has happened when you knit and then you realise you've been knitting with the tail rather than what's attached to the ball. Okay, so the knit stitch, we work with the yarn so I'm just bunching them up a little bit to make them easier to manoeuvre. You don't want them so spread out that it's tight and difficult to use, so I'll just scrunch them up a little bit. So you take your needle that's in your right hand and you're going to go to the left hand side of that first stitch, so here. You're then going to put your needle into that stitch from left to right, and also it kind of goes front to back, so just slip it in there. Okay, so then you end up with the first stitch looped around the two needles, and the needles are almost a right angle to each other. So when your two needles are like this, you take the working yarn, so that's the yarn that's attached to your ball of wool, and you wrap it around the back needle and between the two, so you kind of end up with a figure of 8 in between there. You see the yarn has come between the two needles, okay? Then to make that first stitch and bring it over to the right hand needle, you are going to slide the right hand needle down and catch that loop on the needle. Okay, looks kind of complicated, I'll just do it again so you can see. Bring the yarn round between the two, slide that right hand needle down and catch that loop on the right hand needle. You can then push that first stitch off the needle and it's ended up on your right hand needle, so it's gone from the left to the right, and then you carry that on along the row. So your next stitch, you go in left to right, bring it through, so it's in between the the two needles are in that one loop. Bring that yarn around the back needle. You've got your figure of 8 there. Bring the needle down. Catch that loop and then push that stitch off the left hand needle. So now you've got two needles on your right hand needle. No, you don't. You've got 2 stitches on your right hand needle. Carry on along the needle, and you do this to every stitch. Okay, so left to right, you end up with the right hand needle at the back. Bring the yarn around. Oh, don't bring it around like that. Between the 2 needles. Slide the right hand needle down to catch that loop and then push the stitch off the left hand needle. Just moving my stitches up slightly because it's getting tighter. It's easier to move them if they're closer to the end of the needle. Okay, so work your way along. Right hand needle, bring it to the left hand side of the stitch, pop it through the stitch, wrap around, so I am going anti-clockwise around the back needle. bring the right hand needle down to catch that loop, and then slide the stitch off the left hand needle. So I'll just talk you through it one more time. You take your right hand needle to the left hand side of the stitch, put it through the stitch, wrap the yarn around, bring the needle down, catch that loop and push the needle off the left hand. Push the stitch off the left hand needle. Right, I'm going to work my way along slowly so that you can see what I'm doing. So as you get to the last few stitches, they're going to feel like they're really loose. There's not as many stitches on the needle to keep them well, tight, basically, friction. So you don't want to accidentally pull these stitches off the needle as you're doing one. So I've got hold of these stitches, the remaining 3 here, with my finger so that they can't just slip off the needle. So let's just do these last 4 stitches. And the last stitch, same as all the rest, but it will feel a little looser. There we go, so that was your first row of knitting. You can start to see, whoops, drop my needle, you can start to see the stitches forming. Okay, so now you've got these all on your right hand needle. We now need to make that the left hand needle. So you can turn it so the point is inwards, and that is now your left hand needle. Now I suggest doing a few rows like this, just that knit stitch, just go backwards and forwards to get used to how the knit stitch works. So just the same as the last row, your first stitch on the needle. The first stitch on the needle is the most difficult to work with because it's looser and you've got more likelihood of it slipping. So just take your time with that first stitch that's on the needle. The same as again, in from the left side to the right, front to back, bring the yarn round, catch that loop and drop it off. So now one stitch is on the right hand needle, the rest is still on the left, and just work your way across the row. From the left to the right, wrap the yarn around the needle, bring the right hand needle down, catch that loop and push the stitch off the left hand needle. So my stitches are all quite loose, they're not so firm on the needle that they're difficult to move. So just keep that tension looser. You don't want to death grip it, you'll end up with your hands hurting, you'll end up with stitches that are more difficult to work with. So just keep it nice and loose. Working all the way across. And onto the last couple of stitches. Remember to keep hold of them so they don't just slip off the left hand needle. And last one, left to right, wrap the yarn round, pull that right hand needle down, catch that loop and push that last stitch off the needle. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just work backwards and forwards, and I'm going to end up with a good few rows of knit stitch. You'll start to see the stitches appear as you get further and further down. Yeah, so you go ahead as well. I'm going to end up speeding up this little bit of the video just so you don't watch me however long it takes me to do it, because that makes a boring video, doesn't it? And then I will see you at the other end. So a useful thing to do is to count your stitches at the end of your row, just to make sure that you've still got the right amount of stitches. So let me check mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20. Okay, so you want to make sure you've got the same amount of stitches that you started with, otherwise you might end up with a piece of yarn that goes out, or a piece of fabric in the end that goes out like that, or goes in like that, and you just want it to go up nice and straight. So the way to do that is just to, even if you don't count it every row, just keep checking up, make sure you've got the right amount of stitches there. Okay. Hi, it's me from the future, just popping in to drop a quick note and say that if you are having any of these problems where you've got too few stitches at the end of your row, or if you've got too many stitches at the end of the row, hop over to the troubleshooting part of the video, and that will hopefully address some of these problems and help you fix those. If you're getting on just fine, that's great. Just keep on knitting until you're comfortable with this stitch, and I will be showing you the next stitch in just a few seconds, so hold on. But I do recommend going and grabbing yourself a biscuit and a drink before you start the next stitch, just as a bit of a treat. Right, so I have knitted about, I don't know, what's that, 3 centimetres, 4 centimetres, just to show you what it's supposed to look like. So you've got these nice little ridgy kind of pattern. It also looks the same on both sides. So keep going as long as you want to, really. You've got a good amount of practice yarn, so until you're comfortable with that knit stitch. The next stitch we're going to be looking at is the purl stitch, which is basically a backwards knit stitch. It's not as complicated as it sounds. You just have to place your needles slightly differently. So what we're going to do is do a row of purl and then a row of knit, and then we'll do another row of purl and another row of knit, and you'll be able to see what it looks like. So far what we have been doing is called garter stitch. Just knit, 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 backwards and forwards, garter stitch. When you do one row of knitting, turn your work and do a row of purl, and turn your work, do a row of knit, it's called stockingette stitch. So that's what we're going to work on now. When we do our socks, it'll be slightly different, but it'll be the same stitches. So you'll find out about that when we get to the actual socks. So a purl stitch. Again, take your knitting in your left hand and the empty needle in your right hand. With the knit stitch, we went in from the left and through to the back towards the right of the stitch, so we ended up like that. What we're going to do this time is go in the other direction. So we'll take our needle and go from the right hand side of the stitch forwards to the left hand side of the stitch. So this time the empty needle is actually in front of the needle with all the the stitches on. Can you see that? Let me just check on the camera. Yeah. So take your needle in from the right hand side to the left hand side. Okay. You want the working yarn, so the yarn that's attached to the ball, to be at the front of your work. See how it's coming out the front there. You're then going to wrap the yarn around the needle, anti-clockwise, the same as that, or same as the knit stitch was. Bring the right hand needle down to catch the loop, but this time the loop kind of is at the back. Okay, and then once you've caught that loop, you can push that stitch off, and you can see it's transferred from the left hand needle to the right hand needle. So we'll go along the whole row like that. Right hand needle in from the right hand side of the stitch towards the left hand side, keeping that right hand needle in front this time. Wrap the yarn around anti-clockwise, so you've still got that figure of 8, it's just the opposite way around. Bring that right hand needle down to catch the loop, bring it up through the back and slide off the stitch. Right hand needle in from the right hand side of the stitch towards the left, so you're going through like that, right to left, anti-clockwise around the needle, slide the right hand needle down to catch the loop and push the stitch off. Right to left, wrap it round, pull the needle down and slide it off. And work your way along the row. Right to left, wrap the yarn around, bring the needle down, catch the loop and push the stitch off. All the way to the end of the row. It's going to be the same as the knit, where the stitches start getting looser on the needle, they're easier to move around, so just make sure you keep hold of those so you don't pull them all off. Okay. So it doesn't look any different from this side yet. So let's flip it over. But from this side, you can start to see how we've got this bit's all bobbly. And here we're starting to get some flatter fabric. So we just purled that row. So this next row we're going to knit it. This is where you swap it again. So left to right, wrap the needle around, bring it down and slide it off, and work your way across that row just as a knit stitch. There you go. You see how now you can kind of see the different patterns that we're making. So this was all the knit stitch up to here, and then once we got to that line we did a purl, and it's starting to form a flatter fabric. So turn it again, and because we knit the last row we're going to purl this row. So your yarn needs to be at the front, and your right hand needle goes in from the right this time. So in from the right towards the left. That empty needle is at the front. It's not behind. With knit stitch you had it where the needle was behind. This is the opposite with the needle in front. And work your way across with the purl. Wrap the yarn around anti-clockwise, bring the needle down, catch that loop and push it off. In from the right towards the left, wrap the needle round, pull the needle down, catch the loop and push it off. In, round, down, and off. In, round, down, and off. And carry on across the row. Over, so it's turning your work. Look at that. You can see a pattern emerging. So this is your garter stitch where we were just knitting, and this is your stockinette stitch where we knit one row and then purl the next row. So we just purled a row, which means we need to knit a row. Just going to check I've got the right amount of stitches. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Still good, still the amount of stitches I started with. turn my work, and now I'm going to purl my way back across as I just knitted that row. So you should be getting used to the purl stitch by now. The needle goes from the right to the left. Wrap the yarn around anti-clockwise, pull the needle down, catch that loop and pull the stitch off. In, round, down, catch the loop and off. In, round, down, off. And work your way across that row. Cross stitch, in, round, down, off. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to work one more row of knit, one more row of purl, and then we'll go on to the next stitch, or the next, it's not a new stitch, it's a new way of using the stitches that we've already learned. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I will see you in a minute. You should have something that looks like this. So well done if that's your first piece of knitting. That's a massive step towards knitting a pair of socks. We've learnt the 2 stitches that we need, and now it's just using those stitches in different ways to end up making a sock. We're going to do one more section of this little practice piece, and then we will move on to the actual sock itself. There are some things in the sock which I can't show you until we're there, really, so we're just going to tackle those as we come to them. Best way to learn, just jump in and do it. So this next section is going to be a 2x2 rib, so that means we're going to do 2 knits and then 2 purls, 2 knits, 2 purls all the way across. So we'll do that first, and then I'll show you how to do the next row. This is how we are going to do the cuff of the sock, so that's how it relates to our project. So 2 knit stitches, 1, 2. So that's my first 2 stitches. Now with the purl, if you remember at the beginning of the last purl rows, we had the yarn at the front of the work, which is what we need to do now. We need to bring the yarn that's currently at the back through to the front. Okay, so go between the needles, don't go over the needles, because then you end up with an extra loop on your needle. Becomes an extra stitch, and we don't need that. So bring the yarn through between the two needles and to the front of your work. Now we're going to purl 2. 1, 2. Purl 2, so we need to knit 2, but remember to bring your yarn to the back of your work. 1, 2. Okay, so we did 2 knits, 2 purls, 2 knits, 2 purls, so bring the yarn to the front through the 2 needles, 1 purl, and your second purl. I forgot to say actually that purl in the pattern will just be denoted by P. So if it says P2, it means purl 2 stitches. Now we're doing 2 knit stitches, so bring the yarn to the back again through between the 2 needles and knit 1, 2, purl, bring the yarn forward and do your 2 purl stitches. 1, 2. 2 knits, so take the yarn to the back. Again, you don't want to go over the needle because you'll end up with an extra loop on the needle. We don't want that. You need to go between the 2 needles. 1, 2. Now we do 2 purls. 1, 2, 2 knits, yarn to the back, do your 2 stitches, 1, 2, and my last 2 stitches on here are purl. So bring the yarn forward and do my 2 purl. There we go. So it won't look like much yet, but you do begin to see that you've got the flat bit carrying on, then 2 bumps, then 2 flats, then 2 bumps, 2 flat, bump. See? So these bumpy bits are the purl stitches that you've just done. So turn your work. And now whatever you did as your last 2 stitches, you need to do the opposite of on the way back. So I finished on 2 purls, I need to start with 2 knits. If I'd ended with 2 knits, then I would start with 2 purls. So I'm going to do my 2 knit stitches. 1, 2, and now I need to continue the pattern and do 2 purl stitches. So I bring my yarn frontwards, to the front, forwards, frontwards, and do my 2 purl stitches. 1, 2, 2 knits, yarn to the back, do my 2 knit stitches. 1, 2, 2 purls, bring the yarn frontwards and do my 2 purl stitches. 1, 2, knit, yarn to the back, knit 2, purl, yarn to the front, purl 2, work your way along the row. And my last 2 stitches are 2 purls, so I bring the yarn to the front and do my 2 purls. 1, 2, and because I ended on 2 purls, my next row is going to start with 2 knits. Let's turn it around. The pattern's getting a little clearer now. You can see we've got a little section of purl bobbles. And this is what creates a rib. So this is a 2 by 2 rib, which means we do two knit stitches, 2 purl stitches. Some patterns would call for a 1 by 1, 3 by 3, and that just means 1 knit, 1 purl, 3 knit, 3 purl, whatever it says. The socks that we're going to do are going to be 2 by 2, so it'll be 2 knits and 2 purls around the cuff of the sock. Okay, so what did I say? I started. No, I didn't. I ended on a purl, so I'm going to start with a knit. Again, if you ended on a knit, then you need to be starting with a purl to get the pattern that we want for the rib. Work your way across. Remembering to bring the yarn backwards and forwards between the needles as you go and as you're switching between knit and purl stitches. Yarn to the back, to knit, yarn to the front, 2 purls. Okay, it's getting clearer now, the pattern. 2 knits, so the yarn is at the back. Yarn to the back, 2 knits. Yarn to the front. 2 purl, yarn to the back, 2 knit, yarn to the front, and end on my 2 purl. There you go, can you see how that's working out now? You can see the ribbing starting to take shape. So keep working backwards and forwards across this. I'll do another few rows, you do another few rows as well, and meet you back here in a few minutes. And I'm going to make this my last row. So knit 2, yarn to the front, purl 2. And repeat that all the way across. Last 2 stitches of the row, yarn to the front and do my 2 purls. There we go. So you can see that this is where we just did our knit backwards and forwards. So that was our garter stitch, then we did our knit 1 row, purl 1 row, and we ended up with our stockinette stitch. And then the most recent thing we've done is our 2 by 2 rib. So we knit 2, purl 2 across, and on the way back, and that's how we get this nice ribbing effect, which is going to be great for the cuff of your sock. It also makes it stretchier. And the only thing, or the most important thing to remember about the knit 2, purl 2, is to bring the yarn backwards and forwards, so that you're not ending up with extra loops on the needle. Make sure you come through between the 2 needles, forwards for purl, backwards for a knit stitch. Now we've completed our practice piece. We can't just take the needle out, because if we did that then all of the stitches would come unravelled. Although I did do that yesterday with a jumper, because I didn't like it, and I just ripped it all out, and now I can use the yarn for something else. So you could do that if you've run out of your practice yarn and you want to have a go, but actually I think I've still got quite a lot left. Let's have a look. I've still got a load left, so I can just cast off and carry on again with the practice yarn if you wanted to do another practice. So to cast off, to bind off all our stitches and make it so it doesn't all come unravelled, what we need to do is have the piece of work in our left hand as normal, and then the first thing we're going to do is knit 2 stitches. What I am just going to say, hang on, let me shuffle myself forward. Okay, what I am going to say is we're not going to be using this cast off in our socks, but in order to cast off this practice piece we need to do it like this. The socks will use a different cast off, which we'll get to later on. Okay, so what did I say? We're going to do knit 2 stitches. 1 and 2. So now we've got 2 stitches on the right hand needle. What we need to do is take the left hand needle and hook it underneath the first stitch. You see how I've missed the second stitch there, and put it through the first stitch that I knitted. I'm then going to pass it over this stitch. So this is where we keep this stitch on the needle and bring the first stitch we knitted over the second stitch we knitted and just drop it off. So now we've got this loop here, which was the first stitch that we knitted. it's now not going anywhere, it's bound off. Okay, so we've got one stitch on the left, the right hand needle, and we're going to knit one more stitch. So knit that as normal, and then we're going to do the same again. We're going to take the left hand needle, put it through that stitch, the one that's behind, and slip it over the other stitch on the right hand needle. So now I've got 2 stitches that are bound off, 1, 2, and I've got 1 stitch left on the needle. And you want to repeat this the whole way across your practice piece. So knit 1, and then pass the back stitch over the front stitch. So use your left hand needle to pull it up and pull it over the other stitch. Okay, knit 1, so I've got my 2 stitches, and slip the back stitch over the front stitch. You see how this is making a lovely straight line, and all of our stitches will be bound off. So you're going to continue this the whole way across. So knit 1, pick up the back stitch with the left hand needle and slip it over. Knit 1, see, I'm kind of holding on to the other stitch that I don't want to come off the needle, just to anchor it down. That way I don't end up accidentally pulling it off at the same time. Just trying to give you some different angles so you can see what it looks like from all directions. Working your way all the way across your work. Knit 1 and slip that stitch over the one that you've just knitted. Knit the next stitch and slip the other stitch over the one that you've just knitted. Carry this on all the way across. Pull that stitch and slip it over the one that I just knitted. Knit 1 and then slip the back stitch over the one that we've just knitted. Force go. Now I've got two stitches left on the needle and an empty left hand needle. I'm going to do the same. take the left hand needle and slip that stitch over the one that we've just knitted. Now you've got one stitch left on the needle, we don't need that anymore. And what I'm going to do is take your trusty scissors, snip yarn. If we were casting off a real project, then you'd want to leave enough yarn to tie that end in. So I always leave about 4 to 5 inches worth of yarn, just so it's comfortable, a comfortable amount for me to then work with a tapestry needle to weave the end back in. So that's snipped. Okay, so we've still got that loop on the needle. Just pull that needle out, get your loop, stick your 2 fingers through it, grab the end, the tail end, pull it through the loop, pull it tight, and there you've cast off. How cool is that? So now you should have a little practice piece with your 3 different ways of using your stitches. So let's have a look at it from this way. You can see the stitches more obviously. Your garter stitch, your stockinette stitch, and your 2x2 rib. Well done. Okay, so see you in the next lesson for the sock itself. Hi, welcome to the troubleshooting lesson. This lesson is aimed at you if you've just made a bit of a mistake and you want to figure out how to fix it. So I'm going to cover a bunch of different mistakes that might be relevant to our sock project. And if you have a look in the description box below, I've listed each mistake that I cover and the time that it starts so that you know, or you can just hop between them if you need to. Or you can just watch the whole thing to figure out what might happen. So this first mistake that I'm going to look at, well, it's unknitting basically. So what I've done is I've purled instead of knitted and knitted instead of purled. So I need to unknit the work that I've done to go back and fix it. So my problems are back here, so I need to unknit my way back across the row to fix the mistake that I made back here. At the same time, I'm also going to cover twisted stitches. So there is the possibility that when you do this, you might twist a stitch. So I'll show you what that looks like and how to avoid it. So if I just pick up my work and let's have a look at it. So I've got a rib going on here, and it's actually a 3x3 rib. And I've back here, this should be purl, you can see the bumps, so I should have purled it, but I've actually knitted it, and you can see it from, can you see it? Let me just get a pointing needle. So looking back here, this is where I first made the mistake. I did my 3 knits fine, I then did 1 purl before I switched back to knitting, so I can see the bump there. But these 2 stitches don't have the bumps, they've actually got the loops around the stitch. So you can tell that they are knitted rather than purled. And then I've carried on that mistake and I've knitted correctly here, but then where the rest of the other 2 knits should be, I've purled them. You can see the bumps there and they should be nice and flat. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to unknit, and this first stitch that I need to unknit is a purl stitch. So I've got my yarn at the front because it's a purl, and I'm going to come into the stitch in the row below, so into, just throwing my needles around, into this stitch here. So this is what we've just knitted, and I need to get this one back. So I'm going to come in from the front to the back and put that stitch on my left hand needle. I can then hop that loop off and pull it free, and that unpurls that stitch. And I'm going to do the same for this one. So I've purled it, and I'm going to come into it from the stitch in the row below, front to back, catch it on my left hand needle, and then hop that loop off the right hand needle and pull it free. Okay, and this one is knitted, but my mistake was back here, so I need to come back here to fix all of them. So this one was knitted, so I'm just going to bring, was it knitted? No, this one was purled as well, but that actually gives me the perfect opportunity to show you a twisted stitch. So instead of going into that stitch front to back, I'm going to come at it back to front. It's easily done because it is actually easier to pick up that way when you're purling or unknitting. So it quite often ends up in a twisted stitch, but they're really easy to fix. So I've come in from the back to the front, I've hopped the loop off my needle and pulled it free, but now you can see, oops, well you could see if I kept it on the needle. Let's get it back on there. Now you can see that this stitch looks different to the rest. So a normal stitch, you've got the front leg of the stitch at the front of the needle, so it's closest to the front of the needle, closest to the point. And then the back leg is back there, and it's actually kind of almost at a diagonal, it's closer to the back of the needle. So here I've got the front leg at the back of the stitch and the back leg at the front of the stitch. It needs to be the other way around, and you might not notice this until you get to the next row, but if you find a stitch that looks like this, where the back leg is at the front and the front leg is at the back, it's twisted, and you should just twist it back to how it should be. So what I'm going to do is take my right hand needle and come at it from the back. Did you see that? So I've come at it from the back, come through like that, and hopped it, I just slipped it onto the right hand needle, and then I can slip it back onto the left hand needle. And now you can see that the front leg of the stitch is at the front of the needle, and the back leg of the stitch, if I dig around in there a bit, is at the back. There it is. Okay. So I'll just show you that again. So that's a twisted stitch with the front leg, no, the back leg at the front and the front leg at the back of the stitch. And come at it from the back, slip it onto the right hand needle, and then slip it back onto the left hand needle, and it is untwisted itself. Okay, so let's have a look and see what I'm now doing, because I've still got a few stitches to fix. Okay, this next one is actually a knit in the correct place, but my mistake was back here, remember, so I need to come all the way back here to fix it. So with the knit stitches, you also come in, well, first you need to put your yarn to the back, because it's a knit stitch, so we need the yarn at the back. And the loop that I'm aiming for is this one, so it's a stitch from the row below. I'm going to come at it from the front to the back and slip that loop off the right hand needle and pull it free. Same again. This one's kind of harder to see because there's a purl right underneath it, but if you go in above that purl, you'll find the stitch that you need. So I'll come at it front to back hop that loop off the right hand needle, pull it free. And then I've got one more to do before I can carry on knitting correctly. So coming above this purl and into that loop there, hop that loop off the right hand needle and pull it free. And there we go. And now I'm back to where I made the mistake, so I can continue knitting, hopefully without making any mistakes. So I need to purl it, so bring the yarn to the front, and then I can continue my rib as it should have been. So just watch out for that, and any twisted stitches. As I said, the twisted stitches might be in, or you might not figure it out until the next row, but just do the same thing. So hop the stitch off the left hand needle and twist it round and put it back on the left hand needle, and you'll be fine. I'm just going to knit my way across the end of the row, and then we'll go on to the next troubleshooting lesson. Oh, look what I was about to do. I was about to purl instead of knit. So it's easily done, and that's why I thought I would show you how to fix that particular mistake. The next mistake I want to show you is here. So if you come and have a look at this stitch here, it looks a bit strange. It almost looks like there's two stitches there, but they're together. And that will happen if you have split the yarn from the previous round. You'll end up with an extra loop on here. So what you're going to do is knit across to, or purl, whichever one you're doing, so knit across to your stitch that has the issue, and there are two ways that you could fix this. One is easier than the other, but also isn't a perfect fix. So that one is you would just knit those two pieces together. So you'd bring your needle to the right hand side, no, that's not your right, is it, to the left hand side of the stitch, and just knit them together as a stitch. And the problem with that is you end up with, oops, sorry, I'm off the camera, with a little pluck. You can't really see it. You can see it more once you've carried on knitting. It ends up looking like a little bit of a pluck or a stretched bit of yarn. So that's what you could do. And to be honest, I do that sometimes, even though I probably shouldn't. The second thing you could do is going to seem a little scary, but it's fine. So I'm going to just hop those stitches off my needle. Okay, they're hanging loose. Don't go pulling them, because then you'll end up with a ladder running down your yarn. But you've got the stitch from two rows below, which is the one that you split, and then you've got that little loop there, which you can pick up, and you see it's now no longer with any of that stitch. So that was the problem, is that the yarn had split and you'd ended up with two pieces. So you can drop that stitch off and keep hold of that one and pop it back on the needle, and now you're okay to carry on knitting. There we go, it looks the same, looks fine from the back, now it looks fine from the front. So I'll show you how that happened. So when you're knitting, you might just get a bit carried away, or you might just do it by accident, but what it could be easy to do is to split the yarn. So instead of going from the left hand side and getting like into that little gap there, which is what you're aiming for, into that gap, you might by accident go through that leg of yarn. See, it's difficult to do if you're trying to do it, but it's easy to do it by accident. There we go. So that could happen. And then if you look there, you can see that that yarn has now split. But if you don't notice, you'll just carry on knitting with it, and then you'll end up with the extra leg. So if you do that, you notice it might feel a little bit tight, or it might just feel a bit different. Have a look and see if you've split your yarn. If you have, just pull out that needle and try it again. There you go. Now that loop is not around that needle. So what I'll just do is I'll knit across, and then I'll purl back to that mistake that I just made on purpose, and we can have a look at it from the purl side as well. Okay, so I'm now going to purl back to that mistake. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. You see how I've got, and it kind of looks like a diagonal piece of yarn across the stitch that you've already made. So you could just purl them together, or drop that stitch off, find just the loop that you want, and actually this has happened now where I've got this little extra loop. Can you see that? Which I don't want. I want this stitch to be through that loop, because that's how you knit, is with lots of loops really, but you don't want that extra loop hanging over. So I'm just gonna, like when you cast off and you slipped a stitch over, I'm gonna do that. And if you just do it slowly and gently, you've got literally nothing to worry about. There we go, and it's back on there. I know the instant reaction is to panic when you've dropped a stitch, or you've got stitches that are not on the needle, but as long as you don't panic and don't start pulling them around, they're just going to sit there until you fix them, until you pick them up, and it is easy enough to do. Okay, so that is the split stitches sorted, and the next thing that we will look at are, let me think what we're going to do next. We are going to do dropped stitches next. Okay, so just give me a minute to set up, and then we will have a look at dropped stitches. I've just knit over to the middle, and now I'm going to show you what happens if you drop a stitch. Okay, so sometimes it will happen, not paying attention, or you slip or something, and you end up with that stitch off the needle. If it's just like this, you've got a little loop there, what you can do is just hook it back on. Phew, done, sorted. What might happen is it slips off and pulls out, and then you end up with like a ladder of yarn going across the back and a loop at the front. and then you're like, oh, what do I do with that? Now I've dropped the stitch. What you don't want it to do is carry on going down, because then you will end up with a ladder going all the way down your work, so you need to fix it. So what you can do is, if you crochet, take a crochet hook and you can use that, or you can use another needle, which I'm going to use now, to stick my needle through the loop that is there. So the first thing I did was anchor it. I don't want it slipping down anymore, so I've just got hold of that stitch. You see how I've just got hold of it there. Now I'm going to put my needle through that loop and hook that yarn at the back and bring it back through. And then once it's on that needle, you can slip it over to the needle where it's supposed to be. Does that make sense? So let's try that again. I'm just going to pretend to drop a stitch. So it's dropped, it's come off, and it has pulled out. Got that ladder at the back. So I've anchored it immediately with my hand, pinching it so it can't slip down any further. I'm going to get a spare needle and stick it through the loop. Oh, I'm out of focus. There we go, that's better. And then twist that needle round and bring that back loop back through the stitch where it's supposed to be. Pop it back on the needle and you have successfully picked up your stitch. And then you just carry on as if nothing happened. There we go. So I'll just show you that I got to the end of the row. And you can't even see where the stitches were dropped or where they were picked up. And you can't see it on the back either. It just looks like a normal stitch. So that's how to fix dropped stitches. The next thing I'll show you is how to fix if you end up with an extra stitch, and the most common way that you're going to end up with an extra stitch. So I'm just going to set it up so that I can show you more easily, and then I will be back. This problem might be common or more common for you guys who are knitting along with this, because we're doing the 2x2 rib where we have to switch between knit and purl, and if you're not used to doing this, you might forget to bring your yarn forward or back as necessary to do your knit or purl stitches. And if you do that, you end up with what kind of looks like extra stitches on the needle. So if we look at this, we can see here there's something weird going on here, and there's something weird going on over here as well. You see, it just doesn't look quite right. And if I would count all the loops on here, I would have extra. I've got 2 more than I thought I needed, or than I do actually need. So this is how we're going to fix those. So the first problem has occurred here. So I've gone from my my purl stitches here to my knit stitches, but I've got this extra little loop going on. So I'm just going to work my way over to that problem first. Making sure I bring my yarn forward and back as I need to for my knits and my purls. Got these 2 purls to do. 1, 2. And then that's my extra little loop, which I can slip off. And that's that one sorted. That's fine. That will loosen itself up. It'll do everything it needs to do. So that was an easy fix. All you have to do was slip that one off, and it's not gonna ladder down. You see how it's caught? It's just gonna hang out there, I guess. That was an easy fix. What was important though is we didn't knit it. We didn't make it an extra stitch, because then our rib pattern would be off. So my next problem is over here, and let's work over to that and see if that does anything differently. Hint, it will. I'll knit this one. I'll knit this one. And then these loops are the problem loops. So if I just slip that off, which is what we did on the last one, you can see that we've got an extra bit here, which looks like kind of like a drop stitch. You know how if we were to drop that stitch down, it could carry on going down. So I'm going to keep that loop on my well, actually I've put it on my, what's it called, left and right. I'm not very good with left and right. It's now on my right hand needle, but I'm just going to let go of it and keep hold of it so it doesn't go any further. And what we're trying to do is make a purl stitch. So we come in from the back, and pull that laddery bit through the stitch. Okay, so now you've got that bit there. And now you can see that actually this stitch is twisted. You know if it's a twisted stitch if you can see the actual well, both legs of the stitch. If you look closely, I'm just going to pull it about a bit, you can see we've got that stitch, or that leg of the stitch, and that leg of the stitch. Normally, if you have a look over here, and don't drop it off your needle, you can see you can't really see the back leg. It's hidden in the back, but here you can see it. So hop it off the needle and go into the stitch from the other direction, and that just twists it back to how it should be. So another way to think about it, let's go back and make it twisted again, is if the back leg of the yarn, back leg of the stitch, sorry, is at the front, is here, it's twisted. So you see how there, the back leg is at the front. I don't want it to be like that. I want the back leg to be behind the front leg of the stitch. So I just slipped it off the needle, kept hold of it, and put my needle in from the other direction. There we go. And that has fixed the stitches that you had a problem with when you don't bring the yarn forward and backwards while purling and knitting, or switching between purl and knit. So it is a lot of information to take in, but the videos are here if you need them. The only other thing I can think of is if you are knitting, like in this section where it's just plain knitting, which is what the majority of the sock will be, and say you are meant to have 40 stitches in your round, and you count and you've actually got 41, and you're not really sure why and you can't see any obvious mistakes, what I would then do would be to knit 2 together. because if it's not got an obvious cause, sometimes it happens, then it's easier just to knit two together. So if you were to knit two together, you would just bring the needle in. It's these two you want to knit together, bring it in from the left hand side of the second stitch and go through both stitches. See how I've now got both the stitches on there, and then you can knit them two together, and you end up reducing the amount of stitches that you need by one. That's the only other problem I foresee you encountering. If you have something going on, drop me a message with a picture and I'll see if I can help you out. So I know it's more difficult when it's long distance, but I can always do your own little video if I can figure out what it is that's happened. So yeah, that's your little troubleshooting video, and yeah, keep coming back to it as and when you need it, okay? And if not, just have fun going off and knitting the rest of your sock. Now we get to start the sock. So what you're going to need from your kit is the yarn, your circular needles, your DP ends, and a stitch marker. We'll need 2 stitch markers eventually, but we'll just start with 1 for now. So grab those. The double pointed needles is what we're going to start working with, and you're going to need 4 of them. So go ahead and get those out, and put the circular needles aside for now, because we're not going to need them until we get past the cuff of the sock. So you need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've still got my elastic bands on. I would say keep one on, but take the other one off for now. So that's those, your stitch marker and your yarn. So you can, let's have a look at this to start with. So West Yorkshire Spinners, Aran. So Aran is the weight of the yarn, like the thickness of the yarn. And you can see here that it's 75% wool, 25% nylon. So the wool content makes it really nice and warm. So that's great for socks. And the nylon gives it the strength, so you're always looking for a little bit of nylon in any sock yarn to make it more hard wearing. You can use other yarns, but you're just going to go through the heels a bit quicker, so that the nylon means you can wear them every day, and it will take it'll take much longer for you to wear through them. Let's have a look. Anything else on here? So back here we've got all of just the yarn information, washing instructions. So we can wash on 40, but don't tumble these. I don't tumble dry any of my hand knits anyway, because you don't want them to shrink, because that's not fun when you spend ages knitting something and then it shrinks and no longer fits. And when you're washing them, a lot of people will hand wash socks. I don't, because I'm lazy, but what I do is wash them separately. So I'll take all of my my hand knit socks and put them in one load of washing, or if I only got 1 or 2 to wash, I'll make sure that it's not, that the load doesn't have any velcro or hooks or zips or anything like that that might get caught on the sock, because you don't want to pluck them after all your hard work. Okay, so go ahead and take this off. I've already started using mine when I was practicing this pattern, so you can see that I've wound mine back up again. Yours, the end of the yarn might be tucked inside the ball, so just give that she says, look at that, give that a pull It's normally tucked inside, or it'll be under the label. But yeah, find the end of your yarn. So let's have a look. So you've probably read through all of this bit before starting, but yes, it does look like a lot, but it's not too bad really. It's just I've done a lot of writing down some notes for you so that you know what everything means, and it's a bit easier to follow rather than just being given a whole pattern that's just in a different language, because that's what it can seem like when you've just got like K1, P1, blah blah blah. All that kind of thing can be a bit daunting to start with, so I've written it down step by step for you. Definitely follow along with the videos, because it'll be much easier to learn, or especially if you've never knit before, it'll be much easier to follow along with the videos. Okay. So we've got our key, all of the stitches that we're going to be using at some point, so you will have come across these in our practice piece. So you've done the cast on, you've done knit, you've done purl, and the rest of them, so the slipping a stitch, the wrap and turn, knitting two together, and slip slip knit, we will come to throughout the sock. The first time you'll be using some of these will be in the heel, which is probably the trickiest part of the sock, but again, if we work through it step by step, and you've got the videos as well, you'll be fine to follow along, and we can tackle those stitches when we come to them. So as it says, we're going to start knitting in the round, and that means we're going to get round and round and round rather than a flat piece and joining the two pieces, because you don't want seams up the side of your sock. So we're just going to go round and round and round, and that will end up with a tubular sock. The reason that you have two sets of needles is because some of it will be worked on the little needles, like the heel, and when we get to making the toe smaller, you'll need to have the straight needles, and also these were 4.5 and your other one is 5mm, so that refers to the diameter of the needle. We start with a smaller diameter needle, because the cuff is going to be ribbed, so it's going to be stretchier. You don't want it so stretchy that it falls off, so going down a size of needle means that your knitting will be slightly tighter with it, and it gives it more of the elasticity that you want out of a sock cuff. So that's why we've got the two different sizes. Okay. Right. So using your 4.5mm DPNs, cast on 41 stitches using a long tail cast on. So that's what we did in the practice piece, and a good way to figure out how much yarn you need, I'm just going to go ahead and chuck my yarn on the floor again like I did before. How much yarn you need for a long tail cast on, because if you started with this much, you're not going to be able to fit 41 stitches out of that. But my kind of trick that I use, is I will take the needle, I'll take my yarn, and then I'll wrap it round half the amount of times that there are stitches. Does that make sense? So I've got 41 stitches, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it round 20 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then I can take that off, and then I double it to get the 40-ish. And then, to be honest, I always add a little bit, because there's nothing worse than getting to the end of your cast and then realising you don't have enough yarn. So I'll just take a little bit more. Okay, so then that should be enough for your long tail cast on. So eventually, well, in the first round, you're going to end up with needles that are positioned like this in a triangle. I keep rolling around like that in a triangle. So you'll have stitches on here, here, and here, and it means we can go round and round. So it says in a circle, but it's going to look like a triangle to start with, but it rounds out. Okay, so we want 41 stitches. So you can take your DPN and do your long tail cast on like we did in the practice piece. So if you remember, you get your length of yarn, so that will be what I'm making my 41 stitches with, and the needle goes at the end in a loop like that. Grab it with these 3 fingers, finger in, thumb in, and then you can start your cast on. So it was twist your thumb and finger round, under that loop by the thumb, round that loop by the finger, through the loop that you've created there, and that's your first stitch. Cast on. So keep doing this, and you're going to do it 40, well, I've got 2 stitches already, so you need another 39 stitches. Remember not to do it too tight, because you want to be able to use the stitches afterwards. You don't want it so tight that they're a complete pain to work with, because then it's just no fun. So don't yank it tight every time you do a stitch, just keep it nice and taut but not tight. .41, I think. Double check before you go on to the next stage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 41. So what I will say is that this is well, I'm going to be following the pattern that's written down here. At the moment it says cast on 41 stitches. If you want to do a slightly bigger cuff and leg, then cast on 45 stitches and just follow the same instructions. I will write it, actually, I've not got it written on my pattern, but I'll make sure it is on yours. And it will be bolded, so when you've got a pattern with, say, cast on 41, and then in brackets next to it, if you have some like bolder writing, so it might say cast on 41 in brackets 44, the bolded bit is probably a different size, so this would say 45 in bold, and that would be the larger size. It's kind of difficult to tell how big you need. Let me do a quick measure of this. Here's one I made earlier. Sock. So this has a circumference of 8 inches. So that's what we're gonna end up with as well. And that sock is a 3.5 to 5 UK. So if you've got slightly larger calves or slightly bigger feet, you might want to do the larger size. I'm going to stick with the 41 stitch cast on. Okay, so now we've got all of our stitches and the yarn all wrapped around my leg. 41 stitches on this needle. The trick now is to get them into that triangle. So the way I'm going to do it, I find it easier to do it this way. So I'm now going to put the stitches that I've got on the needle in my left hand, and I'm going to move these stitches, some of these stitches, onto a new needle. So we've got 41 and we want that in thirds, so that's gonna be 13-ish. But what I will say actually is it's easier to have an even number because of the way we're going to do the rib. It's going to be a 2 by 2 rib, so we don't want to be splitting the each 2 in half. So let's go with 1, 2. Oh, I should probably show you how to do that. Sorry guys. So the way I'm slipping them onto the needle is to just take my needle purl-wise, so that means put it in as if you were going to purl the stitch, but instead of purling the stitch, just slip it off onto that needle. And I'm going to go across the row of stitches and do that. So just slip it in purl-wise and just slip it off. And that's transferring the stitches from one needle to the next. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I'm putting 14 onto that first needle. I'm going to move them to the middle so they don't fall off. And now you've got a third on this needle and 2/3 still on the left hand needle. So we need to pick up another double pointed needle and do that again with another third of the stitches. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20, 22, 24, 26, 'So I'm going to do 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. So what am I left with? I've got 14, 12, and 15, because we have to start with the odd number because we've got the 41. Okay. So now we've got the needle on 3 stitches. Take that elastic band off, you don't need that anymore because we're going to be working from, well, we need both the points. So this bit is going to seem a little bit tricky to start with, but this is where we join the round, so that we're going to be knitting round and round. I'm just going to spread my stitches out a little bit to give me more space to work. Okay, so you want the working yarn. Whoops, sorry, I didn't realise I'd gone off the screen. The working yarn, so the yarn attached to the ball of wool at the back. So coming up there, we need to be really careful not to twist the stitches, otherwise you end up with a twisted cuff. So you see here all of the stitches are pointing in the same direction. All of these bobbles are pointing inwards. If it was twisted, it might look something like that. So you can see that there's a twist in the middle, or like that. So just make sure they are all pointing in the same direction in towards the middle of what will be the sock cuff. Okay? So the next part of the pattern is joining it. So I'm going to move the stitches on the last needle and the first needle towards each other, so they're almost at the end. Okay, then I'm going to slip this first stitch. See, there's the gap between the two, so we want this first stitch, so that was the first one we made when we cast on, onto your right hand needle. So same again, purl wise, and slip it on. Okay, then I'm going to take this first loop, second loop that we have here. So this one is the one that we made most recently, so it can be a little bit looser. And actually I'm going to use my fingers to pull that loop a little bit bigger and slip it over the first two. So like when we cast off the practice piece, we're just slipping one stitch over another stitch. That's what we've just done there as well. Okay, so because I just pulled that a little bit looser, I'm just gonna tighten it up a little bit. So now you should have a triangle with all of your stitches. That's the tail of the yarn that we cast on with. All of your stitches pointing towards the middle of the cuff. So this is different from the practice piece, because on the practice piece we worked backwards and forwards. So we got to the end of the row of like knitting, we flipped it over, and then we worked back across. This one, there isn't any flipping until we get to the heel. It just keeps going round and round and round. So, and because of that, we need to know where the beginning of the round is. So this is where your stitch marker comes into play. So grab your stitch marker and open it up. And put it next to the stitch that you just slipped from the left hand to the right hand needle. So just slip it through like that. And close it up. So now we've got our triangle of stitches and we've placed our stitch marker. We need to start the cuff, which is the 2 by 2 rib. So we're going to knit 2, purl 2 all the way around to make the ribbing of the cuff. And to do this, you need to pick up your 4th double pointed needle. So when you're working in the round, you've always got, like in this case, 3 needles with stitches on and 1 that you're going to be working with as well. 1 empty one. So make sure your stitches are all pointing towards the middle. Make sure your working yarn is at the back. And this is where we can start the rib. So I'm just going to kind of forget about this needle and this needle. I'm just going to focus on the one that I'm going to be knitting from and the empty one. So knit 2 stitches onto that empty needle. 1, 2. And just pull it snug because we don't want to have a ladder between each needle, where each needle joins. So just pull it kind of snug. So I've done my 2 knits, so now I need to bring my yarn to the front because we're going to do 2 purl. One, 2. Now 2 more knits, so yarn to the back. You see how I'm still just letting those other 2 needles just kind of hang there. I'm just focusing on the 2 that I'm using. And knit 2. Yarn to the front because I'm going to purl 2. To the back. I need to knit 2. To the front. To purl 2. To the back. To knit 2. Okay, so I've just started and you can already see you've got your purl stitches where the little bobbly bits are and your knit stitches where it's flatter. Okay, so that's the first needle of the round. So now take the next needle in your left hand and you've now got a different empty needle, and that's the one we're now going to be working with. So going between these, between the needles is the trickiest bit. You might find you have to pull it a little bit tighter. Don't pull it too tight because you still want to be able to work with the stitches. But after you've done your first couple of stitches on the needle, just pull it snug so you don't end up with that ladder that I was telling you about. So I'm purling, so I need to bring my yarn to the front first. And then purl. I don't know if you saw there, I was holding on to the empty needle and the needle that I'm using with my thumb. So I'm holding on to both of it just to stabilise it while I'm picking up the working yarn. There we go, and you can kind of see how at the moment I've got this one tucked in there as well. It's not doing anything, it's just where it's sitting because it's the needle that's next to it. Okay, so let's purl. Yarn to the front. And purl 2 stitches. 1, 2. That's where I'll just give it a slight pull just to make sure it's snug. yarn to the back, and knit 2. So knit 2, purl 2 across this needle, bringing your yarn backwards and forwards like we did in the practice piece to do the knit stitches and the purl stitches. The last 2 stitches on my needle are going to be knit stitches. So 1, 2, so that's the second needle done. So now I'm going to let go of the needle that was in my right hand, turn it round, so now the next needle is going to be in my left hand, and this will be the one that's got the stitch marker on. It's the last needle of this round. So I'm going to just push my needle down a little bit so the stitches are near the end of the needle and easier to work with. I just did 2 knit stitches, so I need to bring the yarn to the front to do my purl stitches. So again, I'm just kind of holding the needles with my thumb and my forefinger to stabilise them while I do that first stitch. One purl and my second purl. Just pull that slightly snug and my yarn to the back because I'm about to do my next 2 knit stitches. And go all the way across. Oh, careful, I nearly pulled my stitches off the needle there, did you see that? Back 2, knit 2, 1, 2, purl 2, knit 2, and my last 2 stitches are 2 purls because the first 2 stitches of the round that I knitted were knits, and because it's a 2x2 rib we're ending on the opposite to what we started with. So this one is slightly different because we've got the stitch marker in between. So I'm just going to bring my yarn to the front for my first purl stitch. Sorry, that needle is really in the way. Let me just shuffle it so you might be able to see a bit better. So 1 purl, then I've got my stitch marker. And I'm going to move my stitch marker from the left hand needle to the right hand needle, and then I'm going to do my last purl. There we go, so that's your first round of your cuff completed. And you need to carry on in that fashion. So knit purl, or knit 2, purl 2 for 12 rows total. So back down to here, 12 rows total. And a way that I like to mark it is literally with a pencil. And I'm going to grab one. So I'll take my pencil, and I've done this one, so I'll just put a little bit of a tick by that, and then as I go through these rounds I'll make a tally so that I know how many rounds I've done. Okay, so I'll do the next round with you. So we started the round with 2 knits, so we need to continue doing that. We need to make sure we're knitting the knits, purling the purls. Empty needle. And start with my 2 knit stitches. Keeping those first 2 stitches of the needle quite snug. Do purl, yarn to the back for my knits. To the front for my 2 purl. First needle done, so whoops, spin it around, drop the right hand needle, sorry I've got something going on, I've just twisted it myself. There we go. So make sure your stitches are all pointing in the same direction. I just managed to twist my needle around somehow. Okay, so I'm doing, I just did 2 knits. Now I'm going to do 2 purls. So yarn to the front. See that? Yarn is at the front. And purl 2. Back. Knit 2. Front, purl 2. All the way across. Last needle of this round, so I'm just going to drop the right hand needle, pick up the left hand needle, move my stitches along. It's quite an effort today for me to move the stitches along because it's so muggy. We're in the middle of that nice heat wave that we've got going on, so it's just making everything a little bit stickier than it should be. So I've just done 2 knits, so I need to do 2 purls. So I'll bring my yarn to the front, still between the 2 needles, and do my 2 purls. I hope you're getting the hang of stabilising the needles with your fingers as you go round. It's a bit difficult, it's a new thing to be doing, I guess. So it's going to take some getting used to. So 2 purls. Pull this snug. and 2 knits, and you can see now that the colour of the yarn is changing because it is self-striping. It means that you don't have to change the colours, it will stripe itself as you use it. Knit. Two knits, 2 purls left to finish this round. And 2 purls. If you don't like this stitch marker in between the 2 last stitches, what you could do is just take it off for a second, do the last stitch of the round. So for me that's a purl. It should be a purl for everyone if you started with the knit. And then undo it again. And slip it between the last 2, so between the knits and the purls, the last 2 knits and purls that you did. And then at least you know that the 2 purls, the 2 stitches after the stitch marker are your 2 purls. Just might be a slightly better placement for it. So I've just done a round, so I'm going to come back to my pattern and I'm going to mark that I have done 1. So you keep going in this way until you've done 12. So I'm going to carry on and do 12. I am going to mute it and I'm going to put the fan on, otherwise I am going to end up in a pile of goop from this heat, and I will see you when we get to the 12th round. So you'll probably find that as your cuff is getting longer, it's easier to manoeuvre. It's not as loose, so it means that the needles kind of keep their shape more, and it becomes easier to grip. So it really was just those first couple of rounds that make it a bit tricky. This is kind of what I mean by laddering. So you see how my stitches here are getting further and further apart, and that's why you make sure just to make the stitches snug after you've done them. So I'm going to be super careful here, and I'm going to do my 2 purls and bring in the needle that I've just knit as close to as possible. Purl 1, snug, not tight, don't yank it, just make sure it's snug. Purl 2, bring it to the back and just give it a little bit more snugness. The laddering for us isn't really going to be a massive issue because we're only using the double pointed needles until we get to row 12. After that it'll be much easier because we're going to be on the circular needles and it'll just be round and round and round. Laddering is kind of common when you're using double pointed needles, and it takes some getting used to, and it is personally why I don't use them I don't use them for a whole sock, because they're just a little bit more fiddly and a little bit more of a pain. So once we're past this cuff, we'll be absolutely fine with regards to laddering. So it's the first 2 stitches that you do on each needle, just make sure they're snug, and yeah, that'll help to prevent any major laddering. It will also kind of be hidden in the ribbing, so don't panic unless your ladders get massive, in which case it's probably better to start again in the nicest way possible, because it's easier to start again and just use that as practice rather than trying to unknit every stitch. So, but you shouldn't encounter that unless you're not keeping those stitches snug between needles. Okay, fan's going back on because I'm melting again. So I'm coming to the end of my 10th round. So I've got 1 here and then 8 here, and I'm on the 9th. So this is the end of my 10th round, and I've actually decided that I'm going to leave the cuff this length. I don't think, for me, it needs to be any longer. So you're welcome to do that as well. You can stop at your 10th round, or you can carry on and do the extra 2. There we go, so that's the end of my 10th round. So I've got 9 plus my 1 here. And you can see how, as we've been going, the rib has really started to shine through, and also you'll start to notice your colour changes as well. And this is looking amazing, and I love the colours, so that's a bonus as well, isn't it? Okay, so that's the end of this page. So we have worked 12 or 10 rounds, the same as we did round 1. So this is where we start the leg. And we're looking up here. So in the first round of the leg, transfer your work to the 5mm circular needles. So if you haven't already, grab your 5mm circulars out of their packaging. And we're going to transfer our work onto these, and it'll make it much less fiddly. So to do that, we're just going to knit, but we've got this empty one here at the moment. That's going to be full when we get to the end. So we take the first DPN in our left hand and our circular needle in our right hand. It might feel a little strange to start with because the circular needle is a slightly different texture. It's a little smoother. It's also bigger. So the first round that you do might feel just a little bit strange. Okay, so yarn to the back because we're going to knit now. We're not doing any more purling until we get to the heel. So knit round all of the stitches. So I've just pulled that first stitch and the second stitch just a bit snug. Just knitting every stitch. Okay, so that's my first DPN empty, so I've got 2 there now that I'm not going to need for a little while. That's the second needle done. Onto the third and final needle. So coming towards the stitch marker, when you get to it, just pop it on the table or wherever you're going to put it. Just put it to one side for just a second. So I'm just going to take that and knit my last 2 stitches. So that stitch marker was showing us the last needle of the round before. Now we need to put it back on so we can see the first and last stitch of the round. So I'm just going to slip it over that needle there. Okay, so that's our first round done. So I'm going to put my tally mark there. And the second row, just do exactly the same. It's now going to be so much easier to just knit around. You don't have to worry about swapping double pointed needles or laddering or anything like that. This is now just where you get to sit back and relax and just knit and just enjoy the process. Which is what I do. I get past the cuff and I just think, oh, I can relax a little bit for now and just knit at my own pace and just keep going around. Just remember to keep track of how many rows, or rounds, sorry, you've done. And you can probably already feel how much easier this is than the double pointed needles. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of my second round, and what I'm actually going to do is stop for now because I'm pretty sure it's dinner time. My stomach is rumbling. So when I just get to the end of this, what I do is I either finish well, in fact, I would finish by doing the first stitch of the next round, because you don't want to lose your stitch marker. So that's the last stitch of that round. I'll just swap my stitch marker over, do one more stitch, that mark that I've done my second round, and then I'm going to go and eat, and then carry on the video in a bit when I am full up. So see you in a bit, guys. You just keep knitting round and round. You've got 30 rounds of this to do, so just keep doing it until you've got your 30 rounds. Enjoy. So hopefully by now you've got the hang of the basic stitches, how to knit, how to purl, but you might find it a bit slow, which was my problem when I first started knitting, is I got bored really quickly because it was very slow for me to put the needle in, wrap it around like that, drop the yarn, and every time I was letting go of either the needle or the yarn, and it was just taking me a really long time to get anywhere, and for me that made it quite a frustrating process. So this video I'm going to show you how I hold the yarn and the needles so that you end up quicker, there's a bit more control over the needles and the yarn in general, and yeah, it makes it go a little bit quicker, to be honest. So I do recommend learning the stitches first, just so you know how the stitches work before you try and faff around with holding the yarn and the needle, because it's easier to think about holding the yarn and needle differently if you already know what you've got to do with them. Okay, so I have just done the first few stitches. It's easier just to do the first few as you normally would, and then try to learn, so you've not got an empty needle to start with. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is put my right hand needle into the next stitch. I'm just going to let it rest there. Then I've got my working yarn here. I'm going to take my little finger of my right hand and wrap it around the yarn like so. Flip my hand around. This finger stays over the top, but my middle finger goes underneath. And then I can grip the yarn between these two fingers. Okay? And then I can use my thumb here to stabilise. So let's do that again. Pick the yarn up with your little finger, wrap it around, flip your hand over, leave that finger above, put your middle finger below, and hold onto the yarn between these two fingers. I've also got hold of the yarn underneath with my little finger. That just helps me with the tension of the yarn. It means it's not too loose or not too tight. So now I've got the yarn held in my hands, I can attempt the first stitch. So the needle's still already in there. I'm going to use mainly these two fingers to keep these needles steady. Once you're a few rows in, you end up kind of holding the work underneath rather than holding the needles themselves. It just becomes easier to do that. Okay, so then you've got your needle in there, and you can feel now that you've got control over the yarn with these two fingers. And this is where I can now, I'm just going to do a knit stitch. This is where I can now let go of the needle with these two fingers and wrap the yarn around without letting go of the yarn. I don't have to physically pick the yarn up and wrap it around. I've already got it between my two fingers here, so I can just move my fingers and wrap it around, and I'll carry on the stitch. So the yarn is still in between all my fingers. I'm just going to carry on that stitch. Okay, and then the next stitch, go into knit it. Let go with those two fingers. Bring the yarn around. And even though I let go with this thumb as well, so this needle isn't supported by my right hand, I've still kind of got hold of it with my left hand, or at least it's stabilised with my left hand. Bring the needle down, pick up that loop and push it off. So into knit, wrap it around with those two fingers, bring the needle down, catch the loop and push it off. And this is what you can keep doing, and you can feel that the yarn between your fingers is moving slowly as you use the yarn, but you're not having to let go of the yarn and the needles just to make your wrap around the needle. So instead of doing this, which is fine, if you're comfortable doing that, carry on. But if you did want it to just be a little bit quicker, you can hold the yarn and the needles at the same time. So wrap your little finger around, flip your hand over, that finger stays on top, that finger underneath, grab it with the yarn with these two fingers, and the needle with your thumb and forefinger. And it just gives you much more control over what you're doing. Your tension also ends up a little bit better because it's always the same tension as it's between your fingers, and it's anchored by your fingers underneath as well. So each stitch will be the same tension. You're not going to really have any looser or any tighter than others. So have a practice with that. Just knit. If you're already in the sock, which is when I recommend starting it, you can just carry on. You can practice as you're doing your rounds of the sock. You can practice holding the yarn like that. I will show you now how I do the purl as well, which we're not going to be using as much of in the sock, but it's the same process. So I'm going to just keep holding that needle. And I'm going to put the needle in purlwise, make sure my yarn is at the front. So it's still held between these two fingers, but instead of the needle being at the back and having to go around like that, you bring your fingers to the front and wrap it around. So it's the same movement, but with the knitting, it's the needle is at the back, so it's more of a let's have a look. You kind of reach to the back. With the purl, it's at the front. Oh, I haven't brought my yarn forward. Remember to do that when you're purling. It's more of a, I guess, a sideways movement, whereas the knitting is a backwards movement. So this is not a necessity for knitting. You don't have to hold your yarn in this way. You might find a way that suits you better. I watched so many videos on how to hold my yarn and none of them worked for me. In the end, to be honest, I'm not really sure what happened. I found myself just doing it. I managed to figure it out myself, but as soon as I figured it out, I then forgot. So I was knitting and I was like, oh, I'm doing it really quickly. Oh, and now I've forgotten what I'm doing. So it took me a little while to figure out exactly how I was doing it and how I was picking up the yarn and how I was holding it between my fingers. But it has worked wonders for me, and it's actually made knitting a lot more relaxing, because I'm not going as slowly as I was, as if I was having to physically pick up the yarn to wrap it around on every stitch. Okay, so just one more, then I'll just show you again how I wrap it around. I'm just going to stick my needle in there for now. Little finger around the yarn, flip my hand over, this finger stays on top, middle finger underneath, and grab the yarn between my two fingers. And then I'm ready to knit. The needle in, round the back, there you go. It's kind of an upwards view, well, no, not an upwards view, downwards view of what I'm doing. There you go, so you can just keep practicing with that. If it's not working for you, that's fine, but I thought I would add in this little bonus video for you in case you wanted to give it a shot. Hello again, I'm back to knit the rest of my sock with you. It was actually yesterday that I left you to carry on knitting your 30 rounds, so I wonder how far you've got. I've got nowhere, but I'm going to carry on. I won't film the whole thing just because it's going to be very boring for you to watch me knit for 30 rows. So what I'm going to do is just leave you to it. I will take progress photos as I go along and upload them as part of this video, so you'll see the progress. And also if I encounter any issues or anything like that, I will add those into the video as well as I go along. I do want to just note that if you've already looked at the rest of the links, you might have come across the how to hold your yarn and needles video, which I think is probably best to have left until now. Now we've got all of the stitches sorted, you're not flipping between knits and purls, you're just going to be knitting for a while. I would go back if you want to and have a look at that video. What it does is basically show you the way that I hold my yarn and needles, which makes it quicker for me to knit. I find that having to physically wrap around the yarn every time and then drop it and carry on, for me it was really slow, and I got a bit aggravated with it being so slow. So a way to counteract that is to hold your yarn and needles differently, which I show you in that video. So go ahead and have a look at that. That might be really useful for you. I've also got a troubleshooting video up there, so if you encounter any problems, for example a dropped stitch or an extra stitch, or what else did I do? What was the other problem? Why can't I remember? I filmed it half an hour ago. I can't remember. Anyway, I will put it in words if I do remember. Okay, so yes, anyway, go and have a look at that if you encounter any problems. Send me a message if you have a problem that you can't find in those videos as well, and I'll do my best to help. But apart from that, just keep knitting. until you reach your 30 rows. I think what I'm actually going to do, like I did with the cuff, I ended a little bit short. I'm going to knit to 25 rows and see how long it is. Feel free to do the same. I'll stop again then and have another chat with you and see how it's going, and show you what the 25 rows looks like, and then whether you want to carry on and do the extra or not. So yeah, enjoy knitting. I'm gonna start mine now. Thankfully it is a little less sticky today, so my stitches are moving much more nicely on the needles, and I'm also not yet melting. Okay, so I will see you in a bit, and you'll see my progress photos as you go along. I've now got to 25 rounds, and when I'm measuring it against the one I made earlier, it's actually exactly the length I need it to be. So I'm going to stop at 25 rounds. You can, if you want to, carry on to the 30 rounds if you want a slightly longer sock, but for me 25 is going to work just fine. Okay, so the next thing that we will have to do is the heel. This is going to be fiddly in places, but perfectly doable. So take a break and get some sustenance, as I'm about to do. It's lunchtime now, and then I'll see you for the heel in a bit. Now you've completed the leg of your sock, it's time to do the heel. You might hear knitters say that they're going to turn the heel, and this is what we do here, because we basically turn the direction of the knitting. So at the moment we've just been knitting down, now we need to turn the heel and have the knitting go in this other direction. Eagle-eyed viewers, you might notice that my stripes are slightly different. That's because I have already filmed this once, and something happened, and I don't know really what happened to the video, but I'm having to refilm it. So this is actually my second sock. I've already got the first sock done, and now I've come back to the second sock to refilm the heel. So if that's well, if you see that the stripes are slightly different, that's why. Okay, so looking at this heel, we can see, let's have a look at it from this angle. So I'm just going to flatten the sock out. We can see that the rows get shorter and kind of come to, well, a rounded point. So the first thing we need to do is to make the rows shorter as we go down, and then make them longer again to join the two pieces of the heel together and to turn the sock. So we're doing it now. Some patterns will do the heel after they've done the rest of it, but I actually prefer to do it as I go along. This is my preferred way of knitting a heel. We're going to use short rows, which means that the stitches will all be on the needle, but we're not going to knit them all. So you only end up working a certain amount of stitches per row. You don't work all of the stitches on the needle. We are going to need 2 double pointed needles for this section because we can't do it going round. We're actually going to have to work this bit flat again. Well, not again. We're going to have to work this bit flat. Okay, so we don't need the stitch marker for now, so just put that in a safe place. And the first thing I want you to do is pick up a double pointed needle and knit half minus 1 of your stitches onto the double pointed needle. So if you're doing the smaller size, you're going to be knitting 19 because we're doing 40 stitches, so half minus 1 is 19. And if you're doing the larger size, do 21 stitches onto your double pointed needle. Then when we get to the end of that amount, I'll show you what to do with that last remaining stitch. So just knit your way across, but go onto the double pointed needle. These first couple of rows might be a little fiddly because we'll have the the circular needle kind of just resting out of the way as we're not using it, but it's still going to be close by, so it's going to be kind of just flapping around for a bit, but as we get further on in the heel, you won't notice it so much. So I haven't actually counted these. 5, 10, 12, 19, I think. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19. Yeah. Okay, so this is where we bring in a new stitch, I guess. You'll see here on row 1 of the heel, it says W and T the next stitch, which means wrap and turn the next stitch. And if you go back to your key, let me just dig mine out. Here it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to slip the next stitch onto the right hand needle, so from the left to the right. We're then going to bring the yarn forward and then slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle. Then bring the yarn to the back of the work before turning your work, and that's what we're going to do for the knit side. The purl side is slightly different, but I'll get onto that when we get there. This is one of those stitches that I had a pattern, and it said, it was the first time knitting actually, because it was a pair of socks, and it said wrap and turn, and it explained it in words, and I just thought, so I had to go on online and find a video about how to do it, so I'm just going to show you how. Okay, so wrap and turn the next stitch. So the way we do that is to slip the next stitch. So in this case it's still on the circular needle, so slip that stitch onto the right hand needle, bring the yarn to the front, and then pick up your other double pointed needle, slip that stitch that you've just slipped and wrapped onto the left hand needle, so now that's the only stitch on there, and then bring the yarn back between the two needles. So you slip the stitch, you brought the yarn forward between the needles, always between the needles, unless a pattern says otherwise, because you don't want that extra loop as I showed you with when you're knitting and purling. So bring the yarn forward, then you slip the stitch back, and then bring the yarn to the back of the work. Then turn your work. So we've done the wrap and we've done the turn. And when you have a look, let's just look at the reverse side. This is your wrap. So you can see that all of the stitches underneath, they don't have wraps, and then this one's got the horizontal piece of yarn across it, which is the wrap. So now we're on to row 2 of the heel. And because we're now working flat, we need to purl back across. So you're going to purl your way back across and leave the last stitch on the needle, so don't purl the last stitch. Okay, so let me just purl one more, and we're going to wrap and turn this last stitch. But because our yarn is already at the front, it's going to be slightly different. So slip the stitch first, then bring the yarn to the back, slip the stitch back to that left hand needle and bring the yarn back to the front. Okay, and you can actually see quite clear, let me point it out, but you can see this wrap that's going around that stitch. And turn your work. There we go, and you can see that wrap here as well. Okay, so I'm just going to mark as I go along. So we've done row 1 and row 2. Okay, so now we have done 2 rows. We need to knit our way back across the row, and this time we need to leave the last 2 stitches unworked. I've got 2 stitches left unworked now, so 2 stitches remaining on the left hand needle. This stitch is the one that we've already wrapped and turned, and now we need to do the same with this one. So you slip the stitch purlwise, sorry I didn't say that in the last row, slip the stitch purlwise onto your needle. That just means that this stitch doesn't get twisted if you do it that way. Bring the yarn to the front between the 2 needles, slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle and bring the yarn back between the 2 needles to the back of your work and turn. And you'll start to see that this is why it's called a short row, because although we've still got all the stitches, we haven't actually done anything to these 2. They've not been knitted, so it's not created an extra row. So these have remained unworked, and the rows are getting shorter and shorter. Row 3. So now we need to purl our way back across and do the same. So leave the last 2 stitches unworked. Okay, so the last 2 stitches are unworked, and now I've already wrapped this first stitch or second stitch. Anyway, I've wrapped this stitch, it's already been done. This stitch now closest to the end of the needle is the one that we need to wrap. So slip the stitch onto the right hand needle. Hopefully you can see that. Slip the stitch onto the right hand needle. And because we've purled, the yarn's already at the front, so now the yarn needs to go to the back. Slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle and bring the yarn back to the front of your work and turn. So I'm going to put my needle in there for safekeeping while I tick which rows I've done. And now we need to knit our way back across. And this time it's going to be the third stitch from the end of the needle that we have to wrap and turn, but it's also now going to start becoming clearer which stitch is the next one that we need to wrap. So if I just show you here, we're knitting our way back across and we've got this gap here between these two end stitches, and we can tell which stitch is the last one to have been wrapped because it's the stitch to the right of the gap. So at the moment we've wrapped that one, that was the first one, then there's a gap here and that shows us that this stitch to the right of it is now the one that we need. Nope, it's not. That's the one that's last been wrapped. So this stitch is the next one that needs to be wrapped. It will become even more clear as you wrap more stitches because you'll start getting these gaps show up. Okay, so I can see the gap here, so I know this one has been wrapped. This is the next one that needs wrapping. So slip the stitch from the left hand needle to the right hand needle, purlwise. Bring the yarn to the front, going between the two needles. Slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle and bring your yarn back to the back. There we go, so that's our third stitch wrapped, and actually because of the colour change you can now see that that wrap is more obvious. Okay, and turn your work. So if we have a look here, I've just got something in the pattern that I can explain to you. Here it says rows 5 to 12 or 5 to 14 if you're doing the larger size. Continue in this fashion, reducing the amount of stitches by 1 on each row until you have 8 stitches left that you haven't wrapped and turned. So we're going to continue doing these wraps and turns until we've got 8 stitches that we've not wrapped. Underneath, in bold, I've got the row and whether you're knitting or purling it. Not all patterns will have this, it's just because I know this could be your first time knitting a sock and it might be easier to follow along and you can tick off as you go along. So we've just done row 5, which was a knitted row. Row 6 is going to be a purled row. Okay, so let's purl back across. And hopefully, yeah, we can see that that gap is there. These stitches are all close together and then you've got one that's got a bigger gap. So we know that the stitch to the right of that gap, this one, is the one that we last wrapped. So the stitch to the right of that is the next one that we need to wrap. Here we are, so there's the gap, this one's already been wrapped and I can actually see it there because of that handy little colour change that happened, and now I'm going to wrap and turn this stitch. So slip it to the right hand needle, yarn to the back because we're purling, so the yarn was already at the front, so to the back, slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle and bring the yarn back to the front of the work and turn. So that was row 6, and we're going to keep going until row 12. I'm going to knit along with you. I'm not just going to let you, well, I'm not going to zoom ahead. I'm going to speed up the bits in the middle where I'm just knitting and purling, but I will do every decrease and wrap and turn with you. Okay, so I can see here that I've got a gap here and a gap here, so I know that this was my last wrapped stitch, which means this is the next one that I'm going to wrap. And I've arrived there now, so I'm going to slip that stitch onto the right hand needle, bring the yarn forward between the 2 needles, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn to the back and turn my work. Row 7 done. And start to purl row 8 of the heel. Here's my last gap, which means this stitch has been wrapped, so this is the next stitch I'm going to wrap. So I've got one more to purl, and now I'm going to wrap and turn this next stitch. So slip the stitch, yarn to the back, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn back to the front and turn. Row 8 done. So row 9 is a knit row. There's my gap. This was the last wrap stitch, so this is the one I'm going to wrap now. So knit that last one and then wrap and turn this. Slip the stitch, bring the yarn forward, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn back. Turn your work. Row 10. Purl my way back across. Let me just check where my gap is. Get that circular out of the way. So there's my last gap. So this is the next stitch that I'm going to wrap. Slip my stitch, yarn to the back, slip the stitch back and yarn to the front and turn. Row 10. So if you're doing the smaller size, we've got row 11 and row 12 to do in this same way. If you're doing the larger size, you're going to have to do 13 and 14 as well. So you, I won't be showing you that bit, but you just work it exactly the same, 1 knit row and 1 purl row, decreasing or wrapping and turning that another stitch. and you can use your gap as the guide for which stitch needs to be wrapped and turned. So this one has been wrapped. This is my next one. I've got 3 more to knit. And now I'm going to wrap and turn this stitch. Slip it, bring the yarn forward. Oops, I've got a random bit of thread there. Slip the stitch back and yarn to the back and turn my work. And that was row 11. And now purl your way back. This is feeling really short now. There's my gap, so this one's been wrapped, so this is the next stitch to wrap. So 1 more to purl, then slip the next stitch, bring the yarn to the back, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn to the front and turn. Okay, so that's our row 12. Let me just check that we've got 8 stitches left unwrapped. So this was the last stitch should have been wrapped because it's to the right of the gap. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on, why have I got 9? Because that's not a gap. There we go. That's my last gap. Sorry guys. Not following my own instructions, am I? So there's my last gap. That was the last stitch to be wrapped. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Phew. Okay. If you're doing the larger size, you've got your 2 more rows to work, wrapping and turning one more stitch on each of those rows to get your 8 stitches. So you guys pause me and then come back in a minute. And then the smaller size, we can now see what this heel is actually doing. So I'm just laying it down flat at the moment, and you can see how these needles are now at a diagonal because we've worked 1 less stitch on each row. The needle is now sitting at a diagonal, which is the same for this row, except we've got our unwrapped stitches on there as well, so there's just more stitches. Okay, so looking back at our pattern, I've said this is where we will now start making the rows bigger again to start working what will be the underneath of the heel. So back to my trusty one I made earlier. We've done this much. Let me move that. Whoops. We've done this much of the sock, and what we've just done is that little section here, this little section of the heel. So we've done the bit where we've made it smaller, and now we need to come back and work the underneath of the heel and make the rows longer again and join them up as a diagonal. So now you've just got used to doing the wrap and turn. I'm going to add another thing, sorry, picking up my pencil, another thing into the mix. Again, as with all new stitches, it's going to be slightly fiddly to start with, but once you get used to what you're having to do, you'll be absolutely fine, so just follow along. Okay, larger sock, you're now on a different row to us. So I'm going to keep saying the smaller size, so I'll be working from row 13, but you guys doing the larger stock are going to be working from row 15, but it's all in bold, so you'll be able to tick along as you go as well. Okay, so knit along to the first wrap stitch that you encounter. You should now have 7 stitches left on the left hand needle. Oh, that's a typo. Left hand needle. Pick up the wrap at the base of the stitch and place it on the left hand needle. Okay, so don't panic about that bit yet. I'll show you when we get there. So let's knit across. And we know which is the last wrap stitch because we've got that gap there. Okay, and oh, there's another typo, isn't it? So the smaller sock, we have 6 stitches left on the left hand needle, and the larger sock, you have the 7 stitches. I'll make sure that's bolded on your pattern. Okay, so what we're going to do is we've come to this first wrapped stitch, and to join the heel together on the diagonal, so as I was showing you here, to do this join, we need to do a couple of things. The first thing we need to do is pick up this wrap. So I'm just going to get a pointy needle so I can point it out. So we've got this wrap here around the base of that stitch. So take your left hand needle and slip it under that wrap. So you've got one leg of the wrap on your right hand needle. Pick it up and just slide it on to the left hand needle. So you've got you've got a stitch and you've got a wrap on the needle there. And then knit those two together. Okay, so they're now knitted together, but we do need to do another step so that we don't end up with holes up the side of the sock, and that step is to wrap this stitch for a second time. So it's already got one wrap around it here, but we need to now put another wrap around it. So same process as before, slip the stitch, bring the yarn forward, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn to the back of the work. So that stitch now has 2 wraps around it. It's got this one here, which was the last time we wrapped it, and this one here, which is our new wrap that we've just done. Turn your work. And I'm going to tick that row 13 is now done. Now purl your way back across, and we need to do the same at the other end of the sock. No, the other end of the heel. So I've got my gaps. I can see that this is the last gap, so the stitch to the right is the one that was wrapped. So I've got one more to purl, and now we need to do the same. So we need to pick up the wrap of this stitch and purl it together with the stitch that's already on the needle. So I do find that with the purl side of things, it's easier just to flip it over and you can see the wrap better on the reverse side. So take your right hand needle again. I'm just keeping hold of the stitches, so I've actually got my thumb on the stitches on the left hand needle and I've got my forefinger on the stitches on my right hand needle, just so I don't lose them, don't want them to drop off. I'm going to slide my right hand needle under that wrap and I'm going to pick it up and slip it onto the left hand needle. So now I've got these two stitches, well, a stitch and a wrap which are next to each other, and I'm going to purl the two together. So make sure you've got both the loops. It might be easier just to turn it slightly so you can see where you're going. I'm going into this gap here and purl the two loops together. And same as the other side of the heel, we need to now wrap and turn this stitch to stop there from being a hole there at the end. So going to slip the stitch, bring the yarn to the back, slip the stitch back onto the left hand needle and bring the yarn to the front. Okay, and that's my row 14. Row 15, so we're doing the same thing, but because we've now got two wraps around a stitch, it's going to be, well, it's the same thing, but we've just got an extra wrap to pick up. So we can still tell which is the last wrapped stitch because it's got the gap next to it. So this is the one that we're going to be picking up the wraps from. So I've got two more to knit, and then I've got the wraps to pick up. So let me just bring this closer to you, and I've got one wrap here and one wrap here above it. And what I'm going to do is bring them up separately. So slip the right hand needle under that wrap and bring it up, and then do the same for the second wrap. So I'll show you that again. First loop, bring it on and slip it onto that left hand needle, and there's the second one, and I'm going to bring it up and slip it onto that left hand needle. You've now got a little clump of loops, so you've got the stitch and you've got the two wraps, and we need to knit them all together. So because there's more loops, it's going to be a bit more friction, be a bit tighter. So just make sure that you have got all of the loops, or you have put the right hand needle through all of the loops. There you go. So in from the left to the right, and make sure you pick up all of those loops and knit them together. Okay, and now we need to wrap and turn the next stitch. So slip the stitch onto the right hand needle, bring the yarn forward, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn to the back of your work and turn. And I'm going to mark that I've done that one. And purl your way back across. There we go, so I can see this is a gap. So this is my last wrap stitch. I'm going to purl that one, and then I'm going to pick up the loops of this one. So again, I find it easier just to turn over my work and pick up this wrap and put it on the needle. Well, I'll show you the two wraps first. So I've got one wrap here and one wrap here. So I'm going to pick up this one and pop it onto the needle, and then I'm going to do the same with that one. So it is a bit fiddly, you saw that just slip a couple of times, so just take your time with it and make sure both of those wraps are on your needle. Now purl this little clump of, sorry I've gone out of focus, there we go, purl this little clump of stitches together. So I'm going to go through, there's actually like a little V there which I can see, and I'm going to go through that, and that ensures that I'm through all of my stitches. And sorry, I'm slipping off my chair, there's a cat behind me, he's not making it very easy. Oh, you got Goose. No, he doesn't care, he's sleeping. Okay, and purl these together. And now we need to wrap and turn this stitch. So slip the stitch, yarn to the front, no, yarn to the back, slip the stitch back, and now bring the yarn to the front and turn your work. And row 16, done. And this is what we're going to keep doing until we've picked up all of the wraps and our short rows have become, well, longer and back to normal rows again. Okay, so this is my last wrapped stitch, I've got one more to knit. Okay, so I've got my two wraps to pick up, one here and one here. So there's one, and there's two, and then knit them all together. Make sure you've got the needle through all of the loops. And then wrap and turn this next stitch. Slip, yarn forwards, slip back and yarn to the back. And purl my way back across this row. Well, let me just, so I'm now actually down to here, so I just knitted row 17. There's my gap, so that's the stitch I'm aiming for now. So because it's on the purl side, I'm just going to turn it over, pick up that first wrap, pick up that second wrap, keeping hold of the other stitches just so they don't slide off. And then I'm going to purl this clump together. So you can see I've got a little bit of a V there, and that's the gap I'm aiming for, to ensure that I've got all the stitches on the loop. No, all the loops on the needle. And purl the two, the three, purl the clump together, that's what I'm trying to say. And now wrap and turn this next stitch. So slip, yarn to the back, slip it back, yarn to the front, and turn. Row 18, done. So let's actually see if we can see what's going on. Yeah, we can. So if you have a look at your heel, we've got this diagonal that's starting there, and it just kind of looks like the knitting has changed direction. And it should be the same on the other side. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a learning curve for you, isn't it? Well, for me, but I can show you what to do. So I just let go of the needle, and all the stitches fell off the needle. So I've now got loops here that aren't attached. I'm not panicking, but it's not the best position to be in. But I've really tightly held on to the stitches below so that it can't travel downwards. And I'm just going to take my needle and slip the needle back through all of those stitches. And now I'm going to hold on to it because that is the sensible thing to do. Okay, so I was showing you, but I'm going to hold on to it this time, the heel on the other side where the stitches are turning direction as we're working our way back up the heel. Okay, so now we're on row 19, which is a knit. So I'm going to knit my way back across. Okay, so I've got my gap here. This is my last wrap stitch, so I'm going to knit this one. And usefully, actually, I can see the wraps on this one as they're both different colours from where our colour changes have happened. So I'm going to pick up the first stitch, place it on the needle. I'm going to pick up the second stitch and place that on the needle as well. And then I'm going to knit all three of those loops together, making sure I don't split any of the yarns. There we go. And knit together. And now wrap and turn the next stitch. Slip the stitch, yarn to the front, slip the stitch back, yarn to the back of the work, and turn. 19. And knit my way, no, purl my way back across the row. You'll start to feel actually that you've got the heel there. It probably feels a little bit bulky. That's my last gap. What was the next gap? So there we go. Purled that one. Turn it over to the other side. I've got this wrap here, which I'm going to pick up and put on the left-hand needle. And then I've got that wrap underneath it as well, which I'm going to pick up and slide onto that left-hand needle, creating that little clump of 3 loops, and purl them all together. And purl. Wrap the next stitch, slip, yarn to the back, slip it back and yarn to the front, and turn your work. So the smaller size, we've now got 2 more to do before we have to look at the next bit. Large size, you've got a few more, so keep working in this way, so it's exactly the same way until you're at the same point where you've got no more stitches that you can wrap on the double pointed needle. So knit across, okay, so I've got 2 stitches left on the needle. I've got 1 wrap there to pick up and the other wrap directly underneath to pick up and pop on the needle, and then I'm going to knit those together. It is tight, but that's normal and that helps with the stability of the heel as well, so it's meant to be like that. So knit those two together, and I do need to wrap this last stitch that is on the needle. So I'm going to slip it, I'm going to bring the yarn round to the front, I'm going to slip it back and bring the yarn to the back of the work between the needles, and turn. I don't know if you saw that, I just pulled it tighter, so I put my needle in and then just pulled it a bit tighter just to tighten up those stitches. That was row 21 and now we're on row 22. And purl our way back across. Here we are. So I've got my 2 stitches left on the needle. I'm going to pick up the wraps, that's nice and handy, they're really easy to see as they're different colours. Pick the first one up, put it on the needle, and pick the second one up. Oh, sorry, it slipped off the camera there. And put that on the needle as well. And purl those 3 loops together. Same again for this last stitch. We need to wrap and turn it, so slip it onto the right hand needle, bring your yarn to the back, around it, so you saw I didn't go over, went around, slip the stitch back and bring the yarn back between the 2 needles and turn my work. Okay, so this row is now going to be slightly different, so we've just done 22. Now we're going to knit all the way across and pick up the wraps and knit the last stitch as you've done with the rest. So let's do that first. Okay, so knitted all the way to the last stitch, and I've got the 2 wraps to pick up. So I've got one here and one underneath it, that one and this one. Pick those up. 1, 2, and knit the 3 loops together. Give it a wiggle because it's quite tight. Okay. So we've just knitted all the way across, but we've not got any more stitches that we can wrap and turn. But what would happen if we were to just join it up to the rest of the foot is that you might end up, well, you probably will end up with this gap. You see that there's a bit of a hole there, which we don't want. So now we're going to create a stitch to fill that hole. So take your empty double pointed needle, and what we're going to do is, it's a little bit tricky to see, but we're going to take the needle and slide it under you see this stitch here. Let me just dig it out and make it a bit clearer for you. So we've got the stitch, the rows that have been working, and then we've got this stitch here. See that one? We're going to put our needle from front to back and hook that left leg of that stitch onto our empty double pointed needle. Okay, so I'll just show you again. So it's this stitch here. So it's not actually one that we've worked as part of the heel. It was when we were doing the leg. So front to back, slip it through the left hand leg of that that stitch. Then come over to this side, and from back to front, slide the needle between or around the right hand leg of that stitch there. Okay, so they're both, well, you've got two legs of a stitch, two legs of two different stitches. One leg of two different stitches? Yeah, so you've got those two, so let me show you again. I'm going to find this stitch, front to back, and grab the left hand leg of that stitch, and then the stitch next to it, back to front this time, grab the right hand leg of that stitch. Sorry, I keep saying needle instead of stitch because I'm so used to saying left and right hand needle. Okay, so you've got those two legs on your needle. Now you need to knit those two together. So bring your right hand needle to the left hand side of those two stitches, bring it through both, so you've got both loops wrapped around it. This is where the circular needle starts getting in the way again, but just ignore it. So I'm now knitting those two loops together, and that has created an extra stitch, which now if we look at it, there's no big hole there. Okay, so now turn the work. We need to do the same on the other side of the heel. We don't need to knit or purl even this stitch that we just created, so just slip that onto the right hand needle and purl your way across, and we'll do the same on the other side of the heel. Okay, so I'm at the last stitch now. We need to remember to pick up those two wraps, so I'm just going to flip it over. I've got this one here to pick up and put on the needle, and I've got this one, it's actually buried way down there. And I'm going to pick that up and put it on left hand needle and purl those three loops together. So again, we've not got any more stitches on that needle to wrap and turn, but let's just flip it over for a second, and we could see that if we were to knit those two bits together, you would have a gap there, which we want to avoid. So just keep looking at this side and pick up your empty double pointed needle. We're going to do pretty much the same thing, but we're going to start with this stitch first. So take your double pointed needle and from front to back pick up the left hand leg of that stitch. Slipped out, sorry, there we go, got it. So front to back, pick up the left hand leg of that stitch. Now come over to this side and a bit more tricky to see. But, oh, especially as that's in the way. Move out of the way, please, circular needle. This leg, so we've got, hang on, I just want to make sure I'm getting the right one. So I can make sure I'm showing you the right thing. Okay, so I'm going to pick up this bit here. It's kind of buried in the heel. It's one that we've already worked as part of the heel, so that's why it looks a bit different. So pick that loop up on your needle from back to front this time. And then we need to purl these two together because we have been purling. So just, it's easier to purl from the purl side. So let's turn the work back around. Move that circular needle out of the way so it's not getting in your way. And then purl these two loops together. So they are quite far apart. So you can just stick your needle through both of the loops, purl them together, and there we have it. We've now joined that gap. Okay. So we are almost there with the heel. There's just one more thing to do, and that is to get all of the stitches back onto the circular needle, because we're going to swap back to that. So this is this part of the instruction where it says you now have half your stitches on a DPN and the other half on your circular needle. So we're going back to the DPN. So we can put one of the empty DPN away, or just to one side. We're going to pick up our stitch marker again, put it on the circular needle, bring those stitches round from the circular needle, and now we're going to knit our way across. But the first thing we're going to do is actually slip that first stitch, because that's the same one that was the one we just created. So I'm going to slip that one, and then I'm going to start knitting my way around. So I'm now knitting with the double pointed needle in my left hand and the circular needle in my right hand. And knit your way across. Getting towards the end of the stitches on the double pointed needle, so just knit those as normal. And now it's empty, so I can put that to one side and carry on knitting with the stitches that are on your circular needle. So now we've joined it back into the round. We're just going to finish this round. I don't want to leave it halfway done. And there we have it. And what I'm actually going to do is knit the first stitch of the next round so that I don't lose my stitch marker. Okay, actually let's just knit a couple to keep the tension. And there you have it. that is your lovely neat heel that you've just made, and that's also the most difficult part of the sock. So massive congratulations. I'm gonna go and have lunch. You probably deserve some sort of sugary treat. This is a great time, if you haven't already eaten those Skittles, to eat those and have a little bit of a celebration before you go on to the foot of the sock. And there you have it. Look at that. Perfect. You're gonna have a sock in no time. Okay, so I will see you soon for the next part of the sock. Hello again. So now you've finished your heel, the trickiest part of the sock, we can go back to some pretty easy knitting. We've got the foot to do, and then the toe, and the toe's not as tricky as the heel, so we get to just kind of enjoy this bit of knitting. So if we have a look, foot, rounds 1 to 3 is just knitting. So pick up your sock again, and the first 3 rounds you're just going to knit all the stitches. So I'm going to speed this bit up so you don't have to watch me knitting, and I will see you at the end of those 3 rounds. Right, so I've done my 3 rounds, and this is the bit that we now have to concentrate on. So let me get the camera to focus. The following row is now to get rid of the stitches that we created at the end of the heel. So you know how we created the 2 stitches at either side of the heel so that we didn't have those holes. We now need to get rid of those so that we're back to the same amount of stitches that we started with. So for the smaller sock, we had 40 originally and ended up with 42, and for the larger sock you started with 44 and ended up with 46. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. So in the heel we had we ended up with 22. Sorry, my brain is going. We ended up with 22 stitches on the needle. So what we're going to do is count across. No, we're not at all. The first thing we're not going to do. We're going to follow the instructions, Kayleigh. That's what we're going to do. We're going to knit 2 together. So knitting 2 together, I'm going to knit these 2 together, so bring the needle to the left hand side of those 2 stitches and through like that, and then knit the 2 together. And what was 2 stitches has now become 1 stitch. We're now going to knit about 20 or 21 depending on which size we did, and that'll get us to the other side of the heel. Where we will do the exact same thing. Okay, so that's my 20 stitches, 21 if you did the larger size, and you can see that where we've stopped is actually in line with the corner of the heel. And I'm going to knit these 2 stitches together. So same again, bring the needle in from the left hand side of the 2 stitches, bring it through the 2 loops and knit the 2 stitches together. Okay, so we've now decreased this row by 2 stitches, which means we're back to the original number of stitches that we started with when we cast on for the cuff. So we're back to 40 or 44 if you're doing the larger size. Okay, so that's me at the end of round 4. Now this bit is just where we knit the rest of the foot of the sock, so I'm just going to tick that. And this is where you kind of get to decide how long you want it. So if we just read here, how many rounds you do for the foot depends on how big you want the sock to be. I've said I'm going to do about 35 rows, and this will fit a smaller foot. So if I was making them to sell, it would be a 3 to 5-ish. I'm size 4, so I'm going to be doing it to fit my foot, so you'll know when I do the rows roughly how many you'll want as well. So what you need to do is keep knitting until the sock is about 1 inch shorter than your foot, or if you're making it for someone else 1 inch shorter than their foot, you can always find measurements online as well. If you're making them as a gift, for example, you know their shoe size, you can go on and see the length that it needs to be and minus 1 inch from it. And if you're trying it on yourself, the way you'll do it is measure from the top of your big toe down to the knitting, but I'm going to show you that as well, so just keep knitting for now. Definitely make sure you make a note of how many rounds you do, so you can do the same for the second sock. So I've already done 4 rows, but I'm going to start a new tally here, and this new tally will show me how many extra rows I need to do. I'm going to stop at 25 of these extra rows and see how it's going, and I will report back. So you just keep knitting as well, and see you when I've done 25 rounds. We're going round now, aren't we? So they're rounds. I've done 25 rounds now, and I just put it on and measured it, and I think I've got about another ½ inch to go before I start on the toe. So ½ inch is going to be about another 3 rounds, so 3 to 4 rounds that is. So I'm going to go to 28 rounds. And check again, and then see if it's long enough, see if it's that inch shorter than it needs to be. So I ended up doing 29 rounds, and that's brought me to the point where I'm ready to do the toe of my sock. You can see that the end of the sock at the moment is about an inch from the end of my toe. Didn't think you'd fancy seeing my toes on the video, so I've just got a pair of socks underneath, but you can see that's about an inch from the top of that row of knitting to the top of my big toe. Apologies if you can hear the rain, it's absolutely chucking it down. The heavens have opened, so what I'm gonna do is leave this recording now and come back probably tomorrow at this rate to show you how to do the toe. So yeah, once you've got to an inch away from, an inch shorter than you need your sock to be, you can move on to the toe section. Just remember to make a note of how many rounds you did, so that when you come to do your second sock, you'll know how many rounds you need to do in the foot of your second sock. Okay, great, and I will see you in a bit. Hi again, I'm back to show you how to do the toe of your sock. So you're really, really close to being finished. We've got just the end bit to do. So with this part of the sock, this is how it's going to look at the end. So I've actually done this sock with a different colour for the toe, but ours is going to stay the same colour. So you'll end up having this kind of 4-row section down either side, and that's where we do our decreases, which makes the toe smaller, and you can see how it's going to turn out nice and rounded to fit your toes. Now is the time to grab your little bag that's got the extra stitch marker in, and also keep it handy because we'll need it for the needle when we come to bind off the sock. So the first thing you want to do is find your beginning stitch marker and count 20 stitches after that. Oh, hello cat. Sorry, I've just been joined by my cat. I thought I'd shut him out, but apparently he's got in, so you might see some ears at some point. What was I saying? Oh yes, you need to count 20 stitches, or 22 stitches if you're doing the larger size, and place your second stitch marker. So I'm going to do that now. I've actually still got one stitch from my last round there, so I'm going to ignore that one. 5, 10, 15, 20, and place my second stitch marker there. Oh, and now the other cat's joined me too. Okay, so that's halfway around your round, and you can see, well, hopefully you can see that your stitch marker should be in line with the corner of your heel. So the corner of my heel is here, and the other side is there, and you can see that they are in line, which is good because you need to end up with a flat toe with the seams going up the sides. You don't want to have the seam going over the toe instead, so it's important that your stitch markers are at either side of the sock. So if we look at the pattern, this is where we have to swap back to the double pointed needles. We're going to be reducing the amount of stitches so it become too tight if we stayed on the circulars. So that's why the double pointed are really useful, because it doesn't matter what size circumference of the stitches you have. Okay, so spread your stitches between DP as follows, and then I've got it listed for the 40 stitch and the 44 stitch stock how you want your stitches to be on the needles. I'm doing the 40 stitch stock, so I'm going to follow the first set of instructions. First off, I'm just finishing that last stitch. Okay. So the first stitch marker has just come off for a second because it will just fall off. And we need 12 stitches on the first needle. So just transfer 12 stitches onto your first double pointed needle. So purl wise, count 12 stitches onto that needle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and you can let that one go and pick up your next double pointed needle. The second needle I need 16. Excuse me. And this is the needle that's going to have the second stitch marker in it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Slip the stitch marker as well. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Double check. 8 that side and 8 that side with the stitch marker in the middle. And then you should have 12 stitches left, which can go onto the third double pointed needle. Okay, so now your circular needle is free. You can pop that to one side, and we did take the stitch marker off, so just remember to place it back. We can't put it on the end of that because it will just keep slipping off, so if you put it between these two stitches, that will work nicely. Okay. So the toe is made up of a 2-row repeat, which means we've got row 1 and row 2, and we keep doing those until we've got the correct amount of stitches left on the needles. And just before we start those, I'm going to let you know that this on the next page it says these 2 rounds make up how we shape the toe. On each decrease round you'll be decreasing by 4 stitches, and so it basically alternates between a decrease round and just a plain knit round. that means it doesn't shape too quickly and you've still got some length to your toe. And we're going to keep going until we've only got 20 stitches left on our needle. So we're starting with 40 and ending up with 20, or you're starting with 44 and still ending up with 20. That's fine. It's going to be the same for both sizes this time. Okay, so first thing you're going to do is knit one. Oh, I need my extra double pointed needle, don't I? So I want to go knitting onto there. So remember, empty double pointed needle and knit your first stitch onto it. Your second instruction is an SSK, which means slip, slip, knit. So the way you do that is slip 2 stitches purlwise, 1, 2, and then take your left hand needle and put it back through those 2 stitches on the right hand needle. Like so, and knit them together. And that's those 2 stitches knitted together. Now it says knit to 3 stitches before the marker. So your marker is actually on the next double pointed needle. So it seems really dark today. I'm going to see if I can brighten it up. But first I'm just going to knit to that marker. Well, knit to 3 stitches before. So 1, 2. I don't know why I'm counting, because I only need to count 3 stitches before the marker. Habit, I think. So that's the end of the first double pointed needle. So turn it round, take my empty double pointed needle and continue. But before I continue, I'm just going to see if I can brighten up the room. Oh, with a cat on my way. Back in a sec. Okay, so I was knitting to 3 stitches before that marker. And I've just given that a slight extra tug to make those first couple of stitches more snug on the double pointed needles. Okay, so I'm now 3 stitches before the marker. You see I've got the stitch marker and 1, 2, 3. Next instruction, K2 tog, so knit 2 stitches together. Come at it from those 2 from the left through to the right and knit them together. And then knit 1. Then it says repeat instructions between asterisks for the second half of the round. You'll see that quite a lot in patterns, so that the pattern writer doesn't have to write out the same thing over and over again. It will say repeat between asterisks or repeat asterisks or something similar. And if you see something like that, it just means repeat what is between those 2 asterisks until it says stop. So for this one, it's for the second half of the round. So the first thing to do was knit one. So I've just slipped the marker and knit one, and now is the slip, slip, knit. So slip purlwise, and then sorry, I keep catching the third stitch. There we go. Then knit the two together. And you can see that now those two loops around that one loop. There and there. And then knit 2 3 stitches before the next marker. This actually assumes that your marker is at the end of the row. Ours isn't, because it would fall off the double pointed needle. So when we get there, I'll show you. So just pull that second stitch snug. So we're not going to knit to 3 stitches before the marker, we're going to knit to 3 stitches before the end of the needle. So I've got 4, knit 1 more. And then we'll work with these 2 stitches to decrease them. So now it is the knit 2 together. In from the left to the right, through both of the stitches, and knit the 2 together. Slip the stitch marker and knit that last stitch. There you go, that's your first decrease round. So it's much easier than the heel, really, to decrease, as it's a different type of decrease, and we just keep going until we've got the right amount of stitches on the needles. So that's round 1. I can get rid of that sheet of paper. Round 2, knit all stitches. That's it. You're just going to go round this round and knit all of the stitches. I have given you 2 different coloured stitch markers, so remember which one is the beginning of your round. Write it down, or just remember. But also the second stitch marker is the one that's halfway along a needle, so you should be able to tell by that as well. And that's me at the end of the knit row. So it's my first repeat of the 2 rounds, and it says repeat these 2 rounds until you have 20 stitches left on your needles. For the smaller size, we are going to end up with 6 decrease rounds, and the larger size is going to be 7 decrease rounds. And what I've said here is to count your stitches at the end of the decrease round. Once you have only 20 stitches remaining, stop knitting. We don't want to do that extra last knit round, and I'll show you why when we get there. So for now, what you're going to do is do your next decrease round. I'm going to mark that I've done 1, and you're going to repeat those two lines of the pattern until we've got 20 stitches left. So I'll keep working round with you. So knit one, slip, slip, knit, knit to 3 stitches before the marker, pull those first couple of stitches snug, 3 stitches before the marker, so I'm going to K2 tog, knit 2 together, come at it from the left of the 2 stitches and get both of the stitches on the right hand, or the right hand needle through both of the stitches before knitting them together. Knit 1, slip that stitch marker over, and repeat for the second half of the round. So knit 1, slip, purlwise 2 stitches, and then put the left hand needle back through the 2 and knit the 2 together. Slip, slip, needle back through, knit the 2 together. And knit to 3 stitches before the end of the next needle. Okay, I'm 3 stitches before the end of this needle, so I'm going to knit these 2 together. Move the stitch marker over and knit that last stitch. And that's my second decrease round done. You'll start to see, I'll come over to this side. Can we see it yet? How we've got these 4 rows of stitches in the middle, and then the stitches either side look like they're leaning in towards it, so you can see that it's starting to decrease. So the next round is a knit round, so go ahead and knit your way around. Now back to my third decrease round. So knit 1, slip, slip, knit, like so, knit 2 together, and knit 1, slip that stitch marker over, do the second repeat, or repeat for the second half even. So knit 1, slip, slip, and knit, 2 stitches together and work my way across to the last 3 stitches on the final needle of the round. Knit the next 2 stitches together. Slip my stitch marker and knit the last stitch of that round. Okay, so that's my 3rd decrease row. So you might be wondering why we do, why we don't just do one type of decrease, like why don't we just knit 2 together all the time? And that is because you'll see, I don't know if you can see, where's that sock? Come on. I'll show you in this one because it's easier to see. So basically you can see how on this side the stitches are leaning in towards the decreased section there, and the same for this side. So those 2 types of decreases work well for different leanings of the stitches that you want. So different patterns will have different decreases depending on which way they want the stitches either side of them to lean. So these are leaning in towards, so these are the knit 2s together. They're leaning in towards that side, so it's left leaning, and with the SSKs they are right leaning. Okay, so knit the next round. Each round will be getting quicker because it's getting smaller, which means you're getting closer and closer to the end of your sock. That's me at the end of my knit round, so I'm going to start my next decrease round, which is my 4th one. We're not quite at the 20 stitches yet, so I need to keep decreasing. So the first decrease is the SSK, slip, slip, knit, that was very nearly an issue, so I'm going to show you what almost happened. When I did my SSK, and let me show it to you again so you can see, so slip, slip. I brought my needle in from the left to the right and grabbed hold of the 2 stitches. I wrapped my yarn around, but then when I brought my needle down to catch the loop, I almost came through the 2 stitches. You don't want to do that because then you end up with just a loose dropped stitch. You need to make sure that you bring the needle through both the stitches. So knit to 3 stitches before the 2nd stitch marker. Now I'm going to knit these 2 stitches together, in from the left to the right, through both of the stitches, and knit the 2 together. 1, slip that stitch marker over, knit 1, slip, slip, and knit the 2 together. Knit those 2 stitches, and I'm going to keep knitting to 3 stitches before the end of the next needle. Knit these next 2 stitches together. Slip a stitch marker and knit the last stitch of that decrease round. Okay, so I'm just going to count my stitches. So I've got 8 on that needle, 8 on that needle, 8, 16, 24. Oh, well, I miscalculated that, didn't I? We don't need to do 6 decrease rounds, we need to do 5 decrease rounds. That's a bonus, we're almost there. Better make note of that, because otherwise I will write it down wrong. Okay, of course, because we don't, yeah, no, anyway, we've got one more to do. So we need to knit this next round. Woohoo, exciting, we just got to the end quicker than I thought we were going to. It's always exciting getting to the end of a sock. You do have to watch out for what they call second sock syndrome, which is where you get to the end of your first sock and you think, yay, I finished my sock. Oh, now I've got a whole another sock to knit. But if you just start the next one straight away, I think that's the key, is at least cast on and get the cuff done of your next one straight away, or within like a day or 2. You don't get that second sock syndrome as much because you've started it. I find that if I put down the first sock and leave it for ages, then I just don't want to do the second sock at all. And then it sits in a drawer for however long. So yeah, once you finish your first sock, I highly recommend just getting the next one cast on, getting that cuff done at least within a day or 2, and you'll be flying on your next one. So this is just a knit round, so I'm not having to worry about doing any decreases. And then this is going to be my last decrease round. And the reason we only do a decrease round and not a knit round afterwards is because you don't want to end up with an elongated toe. If I was to do, so I've ended on the decrease row here, if I were to then do another knit row, it would just be a random extra length that didn't have any roundness to it. You'd end up with like a little bit of a, I don't know what you'd call it, just an extra bit that you don't need. So I kind of just came across this. I think I was using a pattern and it told me to repeat the 2 rounds, and I got to the last round and I ended up with that extra one because it didn't say finish on a decrease round, and I decided I didn't like that, so the next sock that I made I got rid of that extra row. Okay, so final decrease round and final round of the sock before we bind it off. So knit one, almost forgot my knit one, got too excited, and then slip, slip, knit the two together. Knit 3 stitches before the next stitch marker. So you should, if you're doing the smaller sock, you'll only have 1 stitch to knit on this needle. It'll be the same for the larger size sock, but you will have had to have done an extra decrease and knit round first, because you started with an extra 4 stitches on your needles. You need to get rid of an extra 4 stitches to get to the same point. So just remember that if you've been following me round by round, you're going to have to do an extra decrease and knit round. But I'm sure by now you're pros at it, so you can fly along and do that and meet me at the binding off. Okay, so K2 tog, knit these 2 together. Knit that one. Knit one, slip, slip, knit. Oh, it's a bit tight. There we go, slip, slip, knit, and knit that last one. Knit 3 stitches before the end of this row. Knit these 2 together. And knit your last stitch. Phew, so that's all of your decreasing done. You should now have 20 stitches left on your needle. So I've got 6, 7 and 7, so that's 14 and 6 is 20. Perfect, that's exactly what we need. Okay, so take a breather if you need to, and then we will go on to the next and final part of your sock. And for this bit you will need the needle from your kit, just the tapestry needle, and you don't need all the DPNs, but you do need a pair of scissors. So scissors, needle, and your sock. Right, let's move on. So we are binding off. Now to bind off your sock. And the way we're going to do this, oh hang on, we've missed this bit out, and this bit is important. Now transfer the stitches onto just 2 double pointed needles. You need 10 stitches on each needle, making sure that the toe is lying flat. So this is relating to what I told you earlier. We don't want the seam to go up and over the toe, we want it to go up the sides of the toe. So what we need to do is take the 2 needles with the stitch markers on, so that's your middle and your last one of the round, and you're going to transfer 3 of the stitches from the middle needle, so that's got 6 stitches on it at the moment with the stitch mark in the middle. These need to go half on one needle and half on the other. So we're going to transfer these first 3. So come at it that way. We don't need to knit them, we're just slipping them off one needle and onto the other. There we go. So now you should have 10 stitches on that needle. Yep, 10. You don't need that stitch marker, the red, well, mine's red, I don't know what colour yours is. You don't need the middle stitch marker anymore, so pop that to a side. And then you're going to do the same for the other needle. So transfer those 3 stitches onto the needle that has the 7 stitches on. Okay, so now we've got our stitches onto 2 needles. You don't need the stitch marker anymore, so unclip that, pop it to one side, and this is how we're going to work our toe, the bind off. So first up, just slide the stitches close to the end of your needles. Now for the radical bit is where we cut off the yarn. Let me get rid of these other double pointed needles, they're just getting in the way. So we just cut the yarn, and like they say, about 3 times the length of what you've got left, but I always give myself extra because I just find it easier. I don't want to risk not having enough, and there'll be enough left to tie in your end as well. So I'm going to cut about a foot. Done. Now it's really real. You're very close to finishing your sock. Okay, so the bind off we're going to use is called the Kitchener stitch. It makes the seam invisible and will look just like knit stitches. So looking at this one, this is the top of the toe, and you can see here how it doesn't look like it's been cast off or anything. It just looks like the stitches carry on over the top of the toe. So that's what we're going to do. Thread your needle. And this is how we're going to be holding the needles, so they're parallel to each other. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is kind of set it up so that we can do this bind off, and I have written this all down here as well, so you've got the written and the video to follow along with. So I'll read along with the instructions. So now thread the needle through the first stitch on the front DPN purlwise, and you know which one the front is because it's the one that doesn't have the tail of yarn. So the one with the tail of the yarn needs to go at the back. So thread the needle through the first stitch on the front DPN purlwise. So this is where we take the needle and thread it through that stitch purlwise and pull it taut. Now thread the needle through the first stitch on the back double pointed needle knitwise. So come to the back and go through that stitch knitwise. Just bringing that loop around so it's between. Okay, so it's now set up and we can do what we need to bind off our stitches. Okay, so next thread the needle through the first stitch on the front DPN knitwise and pull that stitch off the needle. So come in from the left to the right, and you're going to pull that stitch off the needle. It's now on your tapestry needle and you can just pull that thread. The next thing you need to do is then thread the needle through the next stitch on the front needle still, purlwise, but this time you're going to leave the stitch on the needle. So we've taken one stitch off and left one stitch on. Now, same principle for the back, except we do the opposite way round. So come over to the back needle, thread the tapestry needle through the first stitch purlwise and hop it off the DPN. Pull it taut, and then don't forget to thread your needle through the next stitch knitwise but leave it on the needle and pull it taut. So now back to the front needle. Sorry, I'm almost falling off the double pointed needle. So through that first stitch knitwise and hop it off the needle, and then through the next stitch purlwise but leave that stitch on the needle and give it a slight tug onto the back, purlwise through that first stitch and hop it off, and knitwise through the next stitch but leave it on. And we're going to repeat this the whole way along. So front needle, knit off, purl, stays on, back needle, purl, off, knit, stays on. And that tends to be how I remember it. So front needle, knit, off, purl, on. You don't want it to go over the needle like this has just happened here, so if that happens, just pull that loop underneath. Then purl, off, and knit, on. And you can start to see how your toe is working out. Front needle, knit wise off, purl wise, whoops, make sure you're not over the needles, on, purl off for the back, then knit on. So we're just creating the loops of knitting, basically. That's why it looks like it, is because we're going up and round and round and down, and it ends up looking like just a knit stitch. So I'm back to the front needle, knit, oh close, nearly lost my stitches off the back needle, knit off, purl on, back needle, purl off, knit on, front needle, knit off, purl on, purl off, knit on, knit off, purl on, purl off. You're probably going to be chanting this in your sleep later. Knit off, purl on, purl off, knit on, and now you're onto the last 2 stitches, so 1 remaining on each needle. So just do the first part, so knit off, and purl off, and that, can you believe it, is a sock. The only thing that remains for your sock is to tie in all the ends, so I'll show you how to do that probably in the next video. But for now, as you've still got your thread on the needle, stick your hand inside the sock all the way to the end and take your needle. And the thing with the socks and this, how we bind off, we do end up with this, you see this little endy bit? So what I do is, first off, is I run my needle under a couple of legs of the stitch below. See that? So that's, I've got the sock side on, so we've got the decreases here, and there's my little flappy bit that I don't particularly care for. So I'm just going to run my needle through a couple of legs of the stitches and just pull it flat, and then you want your end on the inside so that we can do all our tying off on the inside. So I just poke it through, pull that through from the inside, and it's now flat. It's not got the flappy bit at the side. So there you go, that is your first sock. Congratulations. I know socks are a bit of a slog, but I think they're well worth it, and I also think they're a really fun way to learn to knit rather than just knitting a scarf, because I remember as a kid I would learn to knit a scarf and I got very bored very quickly. I think with socks you have different stitches and different things to do, and you end up learning a lot more by just jumping in and learning to knit a sock. So there you go. In the next video I'll show you how to tie off all the ends, but congratulations, go have a celebratory, I don't know, cake, chocolate, burger. I think I might go out for a burger later. Yeah, and enjoy your sock, show it off to everybody, put it on and like wave it in your friend's face because it's amazing. Okay, so once you have finished celebrating, remember to start that second sock so you don't get second sock syndrome. And congratulations and well done. You're now at the very last bit of making your sock. So obviously you've got your sock in front of you. It's very obviously a sock now, which is great. But we do have the tails that we need to sew in. So just flip your sock inside out because all the tying in of the ends is done on the inside where it can't be seen. And grab your scissors and your tapestry needle. Let's deal with the first tail first, so that's the one where we cast on. And if you thread your needle, so just thread that yarn onto the tapestry needle, and then the way I do it, at the moment it's facing, well, inwards, but it's the outside of your cuff. So just bring that yarn back through. So I'm just gonna stick it through and it ends up facing us, which is the inside of the sock, and you can't see where it's gone through. And then I use these columns of stitches to tie in my ends. I probably always go slightly overboard with tying in my ends because I don't want them to come out at all. So I'm going to get my needle and slide it under the legs of these stitches. Can you see how I'm doing that? So I'm not going through the stitch, I can't see the needle from the other side. So like the needle's here going downwards, but I can't see it from the outside of the sock. So bring it through a bunch of those legs and just pull it through. And you can see now that it's running down here, but you can't see that from the outside of the sock. So when you're wearing it, you can't see where you've tied ends in. I then go to the column next to it. So I've just come down here and I'm going to go back up this column. So same again, I just kind of slide it under those stitches or through the stitches, through the yarn, and pull it through. There we go. So you can see where you've swapped columns, but that doesn't really matter because on the inside of the sock you're not going to see it from the outside. And then one last time, I do this just to anchor it down. So I go back to the original column that I went down and go down it again, but this time I catch some of the yarn. Let's have a look, see if I can get this on camera for you. So this pink bit here is actually some of the yarn that I've already threaded through. I try and catch some of those pieces, so I'm kind of splitting the yarn and going through it as well as going through the stitches that were already there. I just find it anchors it quite well, and it doesn't slip out. So you can't see it from the inside, and you can only see it a little bit. sorry, the outside that will be. You can't really see it from the outside, and you can only see it a little bit from the inside. So once you've done that, take your scissors, and then what I do is I pull it slightly tight so that it bunches up just a little bit. You see it bunching up. Let me just pull that out again. So that's it normally, and then I just pull it so it just bunches up very slightly. Hold that tail tightly and cut close to where it's coming out of the stitches. So I just leave a little tiny tail and cut. And then when I pull it back into shape, the end disappears into the stitches of the sock. So that's the first one done. Flip it over to the toe and do the second one. So we get away pretty easily with this project because we've only got 2 ends per sock. When I change colours for like the cuff and the heel and the toe, I end up with 2 tails here, 2 tails here, and 2 tails here. So you can see how the tails do increase. Doesn't make a difference, you just have to tie in more tails. That's the only difference with using multiple colours. Okay, so same kind of principle here. I'm going to this time go on the diagonal because I don't have the columns of stitches. I'm going to go on the diagonal and pop my needle under a bunch of these loops and then pull it through. And then I tend to go up at the opposite angle. So I've come through that one, I don't want to go through that one again. I'll come up. Sorry, I keep hitting the lamp. Through these stitches. Some of them you can see I'm only catching like part of the stitch, so I'm kind of going through the yarn, which I'm just doing because it makes doubly sure that my tying in can't be seen from the reverse side, so when you're actually wearing it you won't see it. So now I've gone up at the other diagonal, and now this is what or the same as I did before, I'm going to come back down that diagonal but catch some of the pink yarn or whatever colour your yarn is. I'm going to catch some of my pink yarn in it as well, just to anchor it down, and then I'm just going to carry on and just catch an extra couple of loops. There you go, and I know you can see it from the inside, but you can't see it from the outside. So as long as it's tied in, it's fine. I'm just going to anchor it once more and end up with my yarn back towards the toe. So same again, pull it so it bunches up the stitches just slightly. Take your scissors and cut the yarn close to that, well, where the tail comes out from the sock. Pull it back into shape and the end disappears into the sock. So let's have a look from the other side, because that's both of our ends tied in. There we go, you now can't see that tied in end anywhere. I'm not even sure which side it was actually, so that's good. And at the top you can't see where you've tied it in, but the ends are now secure and they won't come out. So that's one completed sock. So once you've done your second sock, you'll need to do this as well, and then you have your 2 completely finished pairs of socks. Well done. We are now, well, at the end of the knit kit course. I really hope you've enjoyed it. Do let me know. You can tag me or email me or message me. I'll put all my details in the box anyway, so you will have multiple ways of contacting me, and I would really love to see your finished pairs of socks or the progress that you're making as you go along. So massive congratulations for getting to the end. It's not an easy beginner's workshop, but best way, just jump in and do it, and now you've got an amazing pair of socks.